Guys, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. As you can see, we are not at Disney. If you caught my cooking stream yesterday or the post that I did a few hours ago on YouTube, you will see that I have what I believe is a sinus infection. So decided to err on the side of caution and skip the park today. So instead, I figured we'd do a little stream down here with the horses. If you heard, that's my horse Darlin saying hello. She's outside. She's not very happy. It's live. But I hope you're all having a good day today. So if you guys have not seen him before, this is John Denver. Call him Denver. And I got him, I think he had just turned 3 when I got him, if I remember right. And he is, I have to remember now, he's either 9 or 10 now. And I had bought him originally to show, and we did a couple shows, but life happened, COVID happened, so that kind of screwed everything up. And then we learned that he is kind of accident prone, so he missed a lot of shows and had a lot of rehab time for all kinds of various incidents that he had. When he was 3, he ripped out one of his teeth, but luckily it was still a baby tooth, so his adult teeth grew in just fine. I had him down in Norco for a while, actually right down the street from where the Disney horses are. And he's an escape artist, so he managed to escape from a stall down there a few times. And on one of those incidents, he actually can't see it as good right now because he's got his winter coat, so it's quite long and furry. But he actually caught himself on something and had a huge hole in his chest you could literally fit your fist into. But thankfully, my friend whose place he was at is really good friends with an amazing veterinarian down there, Dr. Tresser. And he came out before she was even home, because she was out in Riverside. And I hauled butt down there, and by the time I got there, the vet was already there stitching him up. He'd already cleaned the wound out, but he had internal and external stitches. They had to stitch the muscle back together, and he healed remarkably well. So that was one of the incidents. And then he likes to do acrobatics, shall we say? Best way I can explain it. And he was running around when he was loose outside one time in a round pen and managed to step on himself and tore his upper suspensory ligament, which we had a heck of a time diagnosing. He saw multiple veterinarians trying to figure out what was wrong with him, had all kinds of x-rays and all kinds of stuff done. Wound up having to haul him up to San Luis Equine Hospital, or not San Luis, Alamo Pintado Equine Hospital out by Solving. And they did a full body bone scan on him because the vet was like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, we can tell there's something wrong, but we don't know what. So they're like, this will at least like get us in the right direction. So did that, which I'd never even heard of before. And then we found the area we needed to focus on. And then the vet was like, let's do an ultrasound of that area. But in order to do the full body bone scan, they had to get dye and contrast and stuff in their system. So I had to wait another day for all of that to flush out of his system. And then did the ultrasound. And then we found out about the upper suspensory injury. So, and then he had a lengthy recovery from that. And then after that, I was just kind of, which I'm still kind of frustrated and burnt out and whatever from all of it. So he essentially has kind of had almost like a retirement ever since then. He has a very chill life. And so I don't ride him very much, just because, like I said, I kind of got burnt out and whatever. But I decided today I'm going to hop on him. He hasn't been ridden in a few months, so this could be really interesting. And there's a lot of activity outside right now. So, I don't know, it could be a very entertaining situation, or it could be really good. We'll see.
Hello, Jessica. Hello, Danny. Welcome in, guys. Tapu, hello. Welcome in. Daniel, how are you guys doing on this Tuesday?
So I am picking his hooves right now. Just that way they're nice and cleaned out before he goes out there and works. He's stabled in the barn, so he really shouldn't have much in there besides shavings and maybe some manure. But for the horses that are outside, it's always a good idea just to make sure there's no rocks or debris in there, because you don't want to ask them to work and exercise themselves and find out later on that they're running around with a rock in their foot. So always good to pick their feet beforehand. And if anyone has any questions about anything, feel free to drop them in the chat. Is that good? Oh, right there. Right there. Okay.
Welcome in, Elise. Yo-ho, welcome in. Hello.
Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo, yo-ho.
A pirate's life for
It
them.
said yo-ho. It's Y-O-O-H-O-O.
That's yoo-hoo.
Yo-ho. It's yo. Yo-ho.
And before anyone
Welcome in, Carmen.
says anything, I am wearing spurs. I know a lot of people think, oh, that's so mean or whatever. They're dull. They're not pointed. They're not sharp. And they're used as a device if you use them properly. That's not to say some people use them improperly. But if you know how to use them as a tool, they're not meant to hurt the horse. Basically, it's a quick and easy way to give them a signal of what you want them to do without having to use a ton of force to do it. So it's almost like when you're standing somewhere and someone walks and just like pokes you, like to move you out the way. It's like that. So it's the same kind of signal, the same kind of sensation, whatever. And horses, they're very sensitive. So that's why it's not necessary to have anything sharp or whatever. If you've ever watched a horse, they can have a small little fly land on them, and their body will kind of shudder a little bit. Their skin will kind of like shake to get it off. So they're very sensitive animals, so you really don't need anything strong, anything sharp or whatever. And when you're riding, you use different parts of your body to send different signals to your horse. So sometimes you're gonna squeeze with your leg, other times you're gonna put a little pressure with that spur. You could just shift your weight in the saddle, but depending on what you're doing and how you're doing it, it's gonna send them all these different signals to let them know like what you're asking of them. I can feel it in me right now because I'm like short of breath. Chill, darling. We're coming out. Chill. Now, I keep a lot of
We're
my
aiming at the ground, guys, to
tacking equipment at home, but I do keep
respect people's privacy for vehicles.
I do keep a saddle down here, so that's why I'm walking over to my chill, sir. I'm walking over to my horse trailer. That was damn near my foot. Oh. Like I said, he hasn't been rode in a while, so this could be interesting. So this is your saddle pad. Some people have two pieces. Some people will have like the thick pad, and then what's called a Navajo, which is like this thinner blanket on top. I just like the one piece setup for convenience. And your saddle's gonna sit on that. Now this is all for like a Western setup, but people that ride English also have pads under their saddles. They just look different.
Welcome in, Jared. Welcome in, Jared's Journeys. I'm good, Miss Carmen.
Jared, how was Disney? I saw some of your stream the other day. I was watching for a bit. Oh, so this is, sir, can you not destroy my trailer? So this is the girth, also known as the cinch, depending on what style of riding you do. And this basically goes under the horse, and it helps keep the saddle attached. And every piece of the saddle has a different name. I could sit here and name them all off, but I really don't think you guys care that much. Unless
Welcome
you're
in,
someone
Emily. Welcome in, Jennifer. Welcome in, Leslie.
unless you're someone that rides or does repair work on saddles, you're probably not gonna care. Now the saddle that I'm putting on, like I said, it's a Western saddle. Sir, can we not?
Jared's Journey says it was nice. The crowds weren't too bad. Only issue was the fireworks being canceled because of the wind. But besides that, I had a wonderful time. Thanks for asking.
Those fireworks have been hit and miss a lot lately. You guys can see why I haven't gotten a nicer trailer, because my horses like to try and destroy them. Cool. All right. Oh. I can't see what
Welcoming
you're
Carla
doing.
and Kiko's Adventures.
Oh, I hate this bit. I need to bring WD-40 or something down here because this bit is not working right now. These shanks are getting caught.
Hey, Ada. I know I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Chai Cat?
That's Moki Schmoky.
I know, but is that how you say?
Chai Cat, yeah. Do I need to use the noseband? No, I'm going to skip the
Welcome in the magical Satos. Are you going to the arena?
Yeah, if you want to go around the other way, around the round pen.
Welcome in, Seti Webb. Jared says, sorry if you talked about this before. Is your house... Oh. Is your horse long shoes or ankle brace?
Is what?
Sorry if I asked about this before. Is your horse long shoes or ankle braces on his front feet?
He has shoes on all 4 feet, but what you might be looking at are the bell boots and the splint boots. Those are there to be like a layer of protection for when they're being exercised. They're made of like a type of neoprene.
I'm gonna go up this way a little bit so the sun's kind of off behind us.
Oh.
Jared says, okay, thank you.
Oh. Now you can get on from the ground. I just choose not to. I have several ankle injuries from hiking. I've rolled my right ankle more times than I can count. So I prefer to use a mounting block. Plus, it's just easier on the horses, on their backs and whatnot, to use a mounting block. So,
Welcome in, Christy. I will try to get a good view for you guys. I'm facing the sun, so I can't see the phone screen like at all.
walk, walk. So you guys might see me pick up on the reins a little and do stuff. I'm just basically trying to keep his focus and his attention on me. He's, even more so than a lot of horses, he's very much a looky-loo. So he likes to kind of look around, which is in their nature, but he's even more so. He's like ADHD. He's always got to look at what's going on around him. And I'm like, no, you need to be paying attention to me and focused on what I'm telling you to do. So you might sometimes be seeing me pick up on the reins or give him a little tap with my leg, and that's why. So I'm gonna walk them a little bit. Just like us humans, they gotta get warmed up. And stretch their muscles. Walk. Walk. I can already tell this is gonna be a fun ride because he's already being a little bit of a turd. Acting up. And he's wanting to go.
Welcome in, Mandarino.
But you can do a lot when you first get on. It's really nice to get their muscles nice and stretched out. So I'll do like some stretching, some flexing. So right now, like I'm getting his neck, his head, and his body to kind of soften up and get more limber going this direction. And then I'll kind of straighten him out a little bit, give him a chance to readjust, and then we'll kind of go the other way. One direction than the other, meaning he's got a little bit more flexibility on one side than the other. Just like with humans, how we're like right-handed or left-handed usually. Horses usually have one side that they're a little bit stronger on than the other. When you're riding and you're either loping or cantering, a lot of horses will be better movers one direction than the other. A normal person probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But to people that ride horses and stuff, it's easy to pick out. The one thing I've noticed, all the horses I've ridden throughout my life, and I've ridden hundreds of horses, for me, I feel like most horses are a little bit more stronger on their left lead. So that means when they're loping or cantering, they're going to be moving a little bit better. When they lope or canter, they usually start off with one leg in the front that almost looks like it's pulling them forward. So a left lead would mean that their left leg is the one doing all that work. So right now, if I were to lope him off or canter him right now, it would be his left lead. So when they go counterclockwise, it's their left lead. When they go clockwise, it's their right lead. What I'm doing right now, it's called jogging. It's a form of trotting, but it's a lot slower. And it's going to have what's called two-beat action. So what that means is two legs hit the ground at the same time. So it'd be the one front, one back, and then the other front and back. So it'd be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And usually it's the opposite legs from one another. So the left front would hit at the same time as the back right, and vice versa. And this kind of movement you would see in a style of riding called Western Pleasure, which is what this horse is bred for. His dad is, I don't even know how many times of a world champion. I know he's probably over 10 times world champion, well over probably. So he is bred for that. And then if you want to move them up to more of what's called an extended trot, you can see they move a little faster. And then in English, and even some Western styles of riding, they'll do what's called a posting trot or a rising trot. And that's where you stand up and you sit down in the saddle. And anytime you stand up, you should be going up when that leg closest to the railing, so it'd be the outside leg, goes forward. And then you should be sitting down every time that same leg goes back. So this is called a posting or a rising trot.
Maybe I'll actually be able to see the screen better. Because for me, all
and then if you're going to change directions, you just sit 2 beats, 1, 2, and go the other way.
Oh, there we go.
And I'm sorry if I'm breathing heavy at all, guys. It's really hard for me to breathe right now because I'm congested. So I'm breathing extra heavy. And plus, I haven't ridden in a while, and I definitely haven't ridden while trying to talk. Oh. Good boy.
Welcome in, Balaban.
So I don't know if you guys saw, but when I asked him to stop, I sat down in my saddle. I kind of leaned back a little bit. I rocked back on my butt pockets, put my legs forward a smidge, pushed my heels down, and I pulled back on the reins. So I'll do it again over by Ant so you guys can see it a little better. Oh, good boy. And immediately after I asked him to stop, I put my reins down so he gets that instant release. And I let him stand just nice and quiet so he knows he's been good. Now say I wanted him to back up, which if they don't stop when you ask them to, back. So you're gonna lift up on those reins, you're gonna squeeze with both legs into their sides. And he knows it just from that, but you can also make a noise. You can go shh, 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 or you can say the word back. But that's how you get them to back. And just like he did right there, you want it nice and straight. He had one little step here where he got a little sideways. That's when I started making the sounds and he was like, wait a minute. So just like how I said earlier with the jog, you want the 2-beat. With the walk, you're gonna have what's called a 4-beat, which means each foot is gonna step independently on its own. You should never have 2 feet hitting the ground at the same time. If they are, they're going too fast. All right, any questions before I get too carried away?
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago.
Well, anything I can answer right now?
I have to scroll through and find it.
Cool. And hi, guys. If you've just joined. I should check my cinch and make sure it hasn't.
Chrissy says, do you ever go on the trails with friends instead of staying in the arena?
Yes, it's been a hot minute since I have. I used to do it a lot more before I had my horses here. I used to have them out at my friend's place in a place called Summit Valley, which is like way back in the hills over there. And they lived on 40 acres. And around 3 sides of their property was BLM land, which is Bureau of Land Management. So it was undeveloped, all wildlife. So we used to go trail riding out there all the time. I think I might need to put Darlin back just so she doesn't get herself too worked up. I might need to tie him up real quick with his halter and go put her back.
I can't see anything. Caitlin says, what kind of horse are you riding right now and what's its name? And is it a he or a she?
Oops. This is a, his name is John Denver, and he is a registered paint horse, American Paint Horse Association. He could also be registered Pinto if I decided to go that route. And he is, I want to say 9, but he might be 10. But here, I'm going to take him out real quick, tie him up to the trailer, and go throw her back in her stall.
Hey, Al.
Hey, Al.
Is that side open?
No.
Huh?
No.
From the outside?
No.
Okay.
The gate?
No.
Yeah. I'm going to come in and ride in a minute, but I'm going to put her back because she's getting all stressed. If you don't mind being on camera, because I'm live streaming right now. Okay. You can come over here, Aunt. It's fine. Okay, no worries. Actually, I'm gonna throw his halter
I don't know
on.
where those other questions went.
Oh, I'm gonna throw his halter on him and tie him to the trailer while I put her back real quick. You are gross, darling. You're a muddy mess.
We are so uncoordinated with these.
Actually, maybe I'll tie him over there instead to the post. Oh,
Hello,
he doesn't mess up
guys.
the trailer.
Hey, Al. Hey, Eve. Well, hello. Welcome in, Melanie.
Hey, Melanie, welcome in.
Yes, that was a donkey. It was
Cool.
at the next property over.
Cool. All right, I'm just gonna clip him on the hot walker, just real quick. Can you stop?
Indeed, she's got 3 of them. So you've seen Denver. This is Darlin. Yeah, you. And Whiskey's out in the back round pen, right?
Yeah. You need to chill. You're gonna end up colicking. You're gonna stress yourself out too much. Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am.
So you're gonna take her back there and put her away?
Yeah, I'm gonna put her in her stall just while we do this. We'll go this way.
Am I following you back there?
Yeah, you can. I'll answer any questions. If you want to stand on this side, though. And just watch what you're getting on camera. Cool. All right.
All right, guys. You guys get to stare at the ground for a minute.
Oh, I hope your mom had a great time at her party, Danny. That's awesome. She is, Moki. She doesn't like being by herself. So she was mad that I left her
There's like
alone
4
in that
personal
round
cars
pen.
right here.
Darlin's good at doing donkey impersonations. Right, the desert dirt. Can't escape it up here. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I didn't want to show all their license plates and stuff. And there's a bunch of people out there standing out there right now, so
Hey,
just being
Val.
respectful.
Thank you, Moki. Thank you, Val. I miss you too, Eve. Oh, this isn't my place, Carmen. It's just a stable I board my horses at. so itchy from all the sweat, huh?
See, now you did it. Whiskey heard you.
Yeah, that was Whiskey hollering. Did you show them the Mojave River?
No. So there's the Mojave River, guys. Oh, there's Whiskey. Hold on.
Oh, thank you, Kathy.
So there's Whiskey.
Maria.
And then the Mojave River.
So that river, it's there year-round, but a lot of times you won't see it because it's one of the only rivers that actually flows underground. And it actually flows backwards compared to what most rivers flow. So the only reason you see the water right now is from all the rain that we had recently. It's all just kind of congregating in the riverbed, coming off the mountains and everything. So exactly, Maria. Hey, Buzzy Bee, welcome in. But the mountains back over there, that's the other side of Big Bear. A little bit farther down is Lake Arrowhead area. So, all right, let's start heading back. I don't want to leave him out there saddled like that too long.
We got somebody walking up with their horse, so actually, you guys can look at Darlin.
You gonna give it a go?
Yeah. We'll see.
My fingers are crossed for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Gimbal did not like that.
A lot of land, Caitlin. Actually, there's a lot of houses too. It's desert, but it's considered high desert because of the high elevation, the high altitude, because we're up by the mountains. So it's your typical desert landscape. Once you get out of town, there's a lot of what are called Joshua trees that are prehistoric. They're pretty cool looking. They don't look like your typical tree. They're very spiky. And a lot of times they're like thousands of years old. I do, Eve. The gimbal acted like it was flipping it too.
Are you going back in the arena?
Yeah. You thought you were done, huh? You thought you were done. You're not. And you might see someone else out there riding right now, guys. That's my friend Bella. Her horse is the one that I took care of about a month ago. His name's Pedro. And she rides Western, but she does a different style of riding than I do. She does what's called reining. So a lot of what we do is similar, but you definitely might see some differences while we're out there riding. All right, buddy, come on.
How says Katie, do you ride all 3 of them?
They can all be ridden. The Whiskey, I don't ride very much. I started her when she was like 2.5, and I rode her for several months, and then I sent her to a trainer for a little bit, which honestly was kind of pointless because she wound up getting an abscess and wasn't rideable most of the time she was there. But and then I brought her home and I rode her for a little while, and then she kind of sat, so I haven't really been riding her much. She's probably gonna have to be restarted under saddle again because it's been so long. And Darlin, she's the one I've had the longest out of the 3. I got her, I think she was 5 turning 6 when I got her. And she is, I think, 19 this year. Oh, really? No problem a second ago, but now you're gonna do some ballet? Oh. But Darlin I've done damn near everything on. I've shown her English, I've shown her Western, I've done extreme cowboy competitions on her. I've done 8-hour trail rides with her. I've tried roping off of her, not recommended. I tried working cattle with her without a rope. She was not a fan of that. But I've jumped her. I've done everything with that horse.
Melanie, this one's name is Denver.
If you need to do a pattern or anything, just holler at me, Bella. And don't feel like you got to stay back there. Use the whole arena. He needs to get used to traffic. Sorry guys about hollering in your ear there. All right, I'm gonna walk him a couple laps, get him warmed up again. I'll look at the chat while we're doing that. Hey Shelly, welcome in. Thank you, Carmen. Melanie, this one is John Denver. The one that I just took back a minute ago is Darlin. Her registered name is I'm a Rodeo Darlin. And then I have a third one that is out in an arena out back, and her name is Bourbon on the Rocks, and we call her Whiskey. Right now you guys might see me switch back and forth from using one hand and 2 hands. It's because what we're doing right now, it's considered schooling. So it's like you're giving the horse a lesson. So most people, when they're schooling, you'll see them riding with 2 hands. But when you compete, unless you're on a baby horse, if you're on like a 2 or a 3-year-old, you're allowed to ride with 2 hands, but otherwise, if you're riding Western, it's supposed to be one-handed. People that ride English ride with 2 hands all the time. That's a huge difference between the English and Western style of riding, besides the saddles. And then, depending on what style of riding you're doing Western, it's going to determine where your extra hand goes. So for what's called Western pleasure, You're going to have your extra hand back where my hand is right now, just kind of laying straight down on your side. And then if you're doing something called horsemanship, which is like a pattern class, and it's being judged on your execution of the pattern and how good your equitation is. Equitation is the way that you are seated in the saddle, if your body's in all the correct positions and stuff. So if you're doing horsemanship, you would ride with that extra hand up here, like so. Almost like your hand holding an invisible ice cream cone. And a lot of times for like trail, which is a competition for showing, not going out on a trail ride. There's a big difference between the two. Or like what my friend Bella does, the reining. A lot of times they'll have their hand up here as well, like they're holding an ice cream cone. It just depends. What do you do with your spare hand, Bella, when you show? Are you ice cream cone or are you down here? Ice cream, that's what I thought. I'm trying to explain like different things while I'm writing, so I was like, I'm pretty sure she does ice cream. Yeah. As long as it's not flapping like a wing. So while I'm getting him warmed up, I'll come in and I'll show you guys a few other things that we do. So when you're doing the horsemanship, which is the equitation one I just mentioned, or when you're doing trail, which again is the pattern class where you're going over obstacles, you're going to have different maneuvers you have to do. And some of those are what's called a turn on the haunches, which means haunches is this back end is going to stay put for the most part. And the front legs are going to crisscross over each other and they're going to do a big circle. So again, he's really out of practice, so he may not do it correctly right now, but we're going to give it a shot. So the key is one back foot is supposed to stay planted and not really move. It just kind of spins. Sometimes they'll pick up the other back foot to kind of help maneuver them. But that would be considered a 360 on the haunches to the right. And with any riding, whatever, when you're practicing, after you do a maneuver, you sit, you relax, just so they don't get to the point where they're rushing through it, trying to move on to the next maneuver. You want them to be very like chill about it and not like they're stressed and have a lot of anxiety about it. So that's why we're just kind of chilling for a minute. And then you can also do, and this maneuver is more commonly done in a lot of the English stuff, but they do sometimes do it in the horsemanship, which is that equitation class. So this one would be a turn on the forehand. Same premise, except front stays planted, back moves. So he's very rusty on this one. Whoa, whoa, good boy. And you might see him drooling. That's a good thing. Anytime you see a horse that's got a bunch of foamy drool, whatever, coming from their mouth, they're not rabid. They don't have rabies or anything. It means that their mouth is soft. So a lot of times you'll see, like in dressage and English classes, like the Olympics, you'll see like horses with a lot of foam and stuff on their mouth. That's a good thing. So to the point where some people used to cheat, and you can come in. A lot of people would cheat and put like Cool Whip and stuff like that on their horses, which is banned. You're not allowed to do that. But people would do it just to kind of give that false appearance that their horse's mouth was really soft. So
Oh, my friend.
So another thing that you might see a horse do in those trail competitions, those trail classes, is what's called side passing, which means they're going to move front and back legs crisscross over each other. A lot of times there'll be either poles that they will have underneath their body. So the front legs will be in front of the pole, the back legs will be behind it, and it has to stay that way. The front legs cannot cross over and vice versa. Or they'll be in what's considered a chute, which means there'll be a pole in front and a pole behind, and they have to stay in between those poles. They can't come out. So we're going to give that a shot and see if he remembers. He's doing it, but he's a little rusty. So we're going to stop for a minute, and then we'll do it back the other way. Much better this way than the other. A lot of times when people are teaching their horse how to side pass, they'll actually have the horse stand where their head is up against a railing so that the horse can't go forward, and they'll kind of teach them that way. And then as the horse learns, they'll like slowly start moving them away from the railing. Good boy. Do you want me to hop off and hold him for you so you can at least get on?
All right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm going to try this for a little bit. And
Okay.
I can take you up on that as
Okay.
I get fed up.
Just holler if you need assistance. Are there any questions, Aunt?
I have no idea because I can't see the screen.
Too bright?
Well, I'm facing right directly at the sun.
Hey, Raging Rolf. Oh no, give Ray a hug for us. Sanchez. Anthony's the cameraman today, Jacob. Ice cream
Let's all
cone,
go
Moki says.
blind. Yay.
Jacob says hi to you.
Hello, Jacob. Oh, now it's too far.
The other thing when you're riding is you always want to look where you're going and not down at the ground. For one thing, when you look down, you subconsciously tip your body forward, and it'll make your horse either stop or speed up or do something that you're not asking them to do. And it's just like with driving. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed if when you're driving, if you're watching the car in front of you and say that car starts to kind of veer to the left, you might unintentionally veer to the left yourself without even realizing it. It's the same concept. So if I look a certain way, like I'm being a busybody and sitting here like a passenger and I'm sightseeing and looking at everything around me, my horse isn't going to be focused on what they need to be doing, and they're going to kind of lose their focus and attention too.
Carmen says, do you still show horses?
I haven't in a few years, mainly because like he got hurt and stuff like that. And COVID had happened. I did a few virtual shows online where you record yourself and you send it in to be judged. But beyond that, I haven't done any shows in several years. The last ones I did were virtual ones. I did one on him and one on Darlin. And we actually, not on him, I placed on him. I did well still. But on Darlin, we actually won a couple world championship titles in that one. It was through the American Paint Horse Association.
Okay, there
Oh.
we go.
I was gonna say he's looking good, and then he broke. I was like, I jinxed it without even knowing it. Oh, and I didn't even tell you guys. So when
No
I
worries,
was,
Melina.
that was what I did a minute ago. That was called a lope. It's a slower version of a canter, or
okay.
an extremely slow version of a gallop. So there's a few different speeds when it comes to horses running. So the slowest is what I just did, a lope. And then what English horses typically do is called a canter, which is a little bit more sped up version. And then when horses are full out running, like at a racetrack, that's called a gallop.
Maria was asking about a soft mouth.
So soft basically means that they're supple and their mouth is not hurting typically. It's what, like in a horse
In case
world,
you
we
guys
call
are
a
wondering
happy
why I'm
mouth.
not swinging that way.
You can tell that they're
perspective,
they're
this
comfortable
right
in the
here.
bit and they like it basically. I don't know how else to explain it without getting like super technical. Because if you think about it, when we ride horses, unless they're in something called either a hackamore or a boselle, they have a piece of metal in their mouth. That's what he has right now. He has a piece of metal in his mouth that goes on top of their tongue. And depending on what you do with your hands, or with your hands and your legs in cue together, your hands, your legs, your feet, it's going to tell them different signals of what you want them to do. So you want them to like that bit. You want them to not be fighting it, for it not to be super painful in their mouth. The wrong bit can cause pain. And also someone that is too, what's called heavy-handed, which means you're like constantly yanking and jerking on the bit. it can cause pain. It can cut their mouth. I've seen horses, not personally, but like online and stuff, where, and this is really sad, but their tongue has been ripped because someone has been either using the wrong bit with too heavy of a hand or just too heavy of a hand. But any bit can be fine if it's used by the right person. And the type of bit you use on a horse depends on the horse, and it depends on their level of training. So most horses start out with what's called a ring snaffle. That's usually the first bit that most horses get. And it's basically on the side of their face is going to be a circular ring. And inside their mouth is going to be 2 flat pieces of metal with a joint in the middle. And those flat pieces of metal are going to be able to slide loosely around those rings that are on the outside of their mouth. So that's typically what baby horses get started with. And by baby, I mean like 2 and 3 year olds. From there, it just depends on the horse and the trainer, but they graduate to different types of bits. And the way that a bit is made also determines the severity of it.
Welcome in, Dutchy Land.
So I'll ride over to Anthony and I'll show you guys real quick. So on Western bits, you're going to have what's called a shank. And, oh,
Welcome
can you
in,
zoom in on
Gladys.
his mouth on the side of his face for a sec? Oh. So if you guys see that long curved thing that's attached, oh, of course he moves his head, that's attached to what's in his mouth, that's called the shank. And I could be wrong on this because it's been a hot minute, but I believe the top part and the bottom part are called the purchase and the return. Depending on the length of those is going to depend on the severity of the bit. So for each length that you have, it determines how much pounds of force you are giving with each time you pull on that bit. So it's not like me pulling on my hair. Depending on the length of that shank, instead of me pulling like this with just the same amount of force, the same amount of force could be like pulling like this. So that's why I say it depends on the type of bit and how well trained the horse is, or at least it should for people that are knowledgeable. Because the wrong bit can really mess up a horse. Especially if someone is, like I said, heavy-handed. So different horses need different kinds of bits because of how they learn, basically, and how they've been trained. And then also what's inside their mouth is different as well. So there's different types of bits, which is like the part in their mouth. His right now, he's got a big curve on it and then straight on either side of that. So it goes straight, curve, straight, almost like a funky looking rainbow. But there's some that have little metal balls inside that spin, because you have some horses that are anxious horses. So something like that might be nice for them. Almost like how humans have like fidget rings that spin. It's the same kind of thing for a horse. It gives them something to kind of fidget with if they're a really nervous and anxious horse. It just depends. There's probably honestly thousands of different types of bits. So, and then even more so because of the style of riding, because there's different bits for Western and for English riding, and for racing, and for carriage driving, and all of it. So, all these little things that you don't really think about unless they affect your life. So, you know, for most people, they just see a horse out there being ridden, or like the horses at Disney pulling the carriage and stuff, and you're just like, oh, you know, look at the pretty equipment. But there's Disney probably all have different setups and different bits and things like that that they all use because of their training, their age, their, you know, comfortability level and stuff like that. So that's why if you've ever seen video of the stables that Disney keeps their horses at, you'll see that they all have nameplates above where their equipment is hung on the wall because everyone has their own stuff. Easy.
Welcome in, Arturo.
And then the other thing, so like the type of riding I do, and even for what my friend's doing over there, that style of riding, you want the horse to kind of have a level neck. It might be a little downslope, like their head might be a smidge lower than where the saddle is. But overall, you want it to be, you know, fairly close to level. Whereas like when you ride English, you want the horse's head much higher. It's actually gotten a lot better when I was, well, honestly, it was kind of before I was even a kid. The Western pleasure style riding, they had what everyone nicknamed peanut rollers, because the horses, the style, you wanted your horse's head all the way on the dirt. So the joke was that they could roll a peanut because their nose was so close to the ground. But thankfully they've kind of gotten away from that. But
Hello, Sanchez.
he's so sweaty because he's so fuzzy. You want that help?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. No problem. No problem. I've been there, trust me. I get it.
Then he decides after I get on him, if I get on him, then he'll take it out on me after I get on him. So he gets his way one way or the other.
Oh, geez.
Who?
Hi, buddy. Oh. 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 Yeah, that mounting block's a little bit far away.
Yeah. Let me reposition you.
Yeah, might be a little easier.
I was sitting there debating jump or reposition. Here, scoot up over here. Come here. Come. There you go.
Whoa, buddy.
Good boy, right there. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Here, let me have my friend take this horse, my horse, and then I'll, that way I've got a better handle of him. Can you hold Denver for 1 second? He might try and rub on you or on the railing.
You stay here.
You can say hi, Denver. Huh?
Oh. Oh.
I would give you scratches, but I only got one hand. Only got one hand, bud.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
He knows too. As soon as he feels
Here.
my foot in the stirrup.
Do you mind if I?
No,
All right.
you have more.
Back up. 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 You don't want to behave, you're going to work. Oh. Scooch over. Scooch over.
I don't get why he just doesn't want to.
He's gotten away with it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Before you.
Yeah, obviously.
See? One way, when they're really ornery like this, if you put them between the railing.
I did try that.
Okay.
But he just backed down the railing. So, but I have been trying that too.
Do you want to try it now and I'll hold him so he can't back?
Sure.
Okay.
You feel better, Denver?
He's like, oh man. Come on. Oh, let me get the reins up.
If I had even the slightest idea what I was doing, I probably would take you up on that, Al. But I have absolutely no clue what I'm doing.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And just sit here, pet him, love on him, tell him good boy.
Good boy.
Like, don't even think about moving. Honestly, like, sit here for a few minutes if you're comfortable with that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna move this slowly so he doesn't kick it.
Good boy.
And if you're able, you're welcome. If you're able, like when your husband's here or if someone's here, if I'm here and I'm not, doing stuff, holler at me and just on and off, on and off, on and off. To where he just realizes, like, hey.
This is what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
And this is, because I was here one night, like I said, an hour and a half. And he finally, out of just boredom, let me on him. I was like, I'm not leaving until I get on there.
He's like, I guess if I want to eat dinner.
Yeah, I guess if I want to eat dinner, I gotta let her on me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, ready. Now it's
Come on, buddy. All right, I'm just going to finish loping him and then we'll be done. Cool. Okay, I need to get the stirrup turned. There we go. Any other questions before I...
I haven't seen any.
Sorry, guys, about the little break there. Oh, no worries, Danny. The other thing that might be getting him is whoever had him before you, if they got on sideways and jabbed him with their boot.
Possible because he's Charles.
Oh.
So any kind of, respect for the horse went out the window.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that they did a lot of jumping on him and
Yeah.
they rode with stirrups. They were not friendly by any means.
Yeah.
So he was abused. And then the person I bought him from, he was Hispanic too, but he didn't necessarily ride him Charles, but he could jump on him. He could do things with him.
Right. So he got used to like get on and just go.
Yeah.
And so he's probably just stressing like, okay, it's going to be a
Wasn't it
stressful
fairy
experience
godmother?
as soon as someone gets on my back.
Exactly. I think all I want. You don't need to do nothing fancy. Nothing fancy, buddy.
All right, so this is gonna be Denver's bad way. And I don't, like, nothing horrible, but it's just his less favorite way to go. And it's a little bit less comfortable to ride. He's actually got a very, very comfortable lope in general. Darlin is the opposite. Darlin will throw my back out when I lope her. She's very uncomfortable to ride. So, like, I don't know if you guys can tell or not, but if you look, his front leg, that's the closest to you guys, so the closest to
Welcome in, Crystal.
where I've been getting on and off the horse, that one is going forward first. So that's how you determine what lead they're on. So he is on his right lead. And because of that, naturally, when you're riding, your right leg and your right hip are going to kind of angle and shift forward a little bit too. So you guys might see me, like, every once in a while lifting my one hand up and my other hand might go back a little bit. And what I'm doing is I'm telling him that I want him to lift himself a little bit and drive more with his back end, use himself, and not what's called hollow out his back, to really, like, lift and have a lot of impulsion. So when you're competing, that's what you want. But, like, on a normal horse, it wouldn't matter. And when I say not hollow out, it's almost like, imagine if you were to crawl on the floor and how you can arch your back like a cat and kind of lift it up. That's kind of similar to what I'm asking him to do, but not as exaggerated. Because to carry himself and use himself properly, it uses a lot of muscles. And if he's not using himself properly, he could hurt himself. So that's why I'm asking him to do that. Trot. Trot.
Hopefully I'm, like,
There, good boy.
keeping them in decent view
Good
for you
boy.
guys, because I legit cannot see the screen. And, like, I have to put a hand over my eyes just to even see where she's at. Like, not even through the phone.
Walk.
Right here is not that bad because I'm facing the sun,
ugly.
but it's...
Walk. Better. Better. So that's why when a lot of people say like,
Yep, I can't.
oh, horseback riders, they're not athletes. It's because most people don't know what it actually takes to get a horse to work properly and move properly for whatever the sport is. There's like 10 different things going on all at once that the average person probably wouldn't notice. You might notice one or two, but like when I'm loping him, just now when I was schooling him,
blinded by the light.
I had my outside rein kind of back a little bit, my inside rein up a little bit. I was squeezing with my legs. I was keeping constant leg pressure with my spur with the one leg. I was looking where I wanted to go. You know, so there's all these different things happening, whereas like most people, it just looks like you're sitting there riding the horse, you know? So I'm just going to cool him off a little bit. This is a lot more riding than I probably should have done on him because he's so out of shape. But I think because it's been kind of intermittent, it's been fine. But I'm just going to cool him off a little bit, then we'll take him in and untack him and groom him and stuff. And maybe see if I can get the mud off of Darlin. Hey, Krista Joe. Yay, Sanchez. Thank you for subscribing to Omar. It is very bright out, guys. It is. Hey, Fairy Godmother. Welcome in. Right off into the sunset. I don't think Denver would like that very much. He knows it's almost dinner time. Hey, Omar. How are you? Have a safe drive home, Emily. Colton, thank you for subscribing. And Stuart, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask away. Maybe one day when I'm able to ride again and Anthony's able to be here to record again, I can show you guys an example of like an equitation pattern and kind of show you guys like what they look for in that specific competition. Krista Joe, it's like anywhere from like 5 to 15 minutes. It depends on how hard they've been worked. He didn't get worked that hard. He just thinks he did. One, because he's out of shape, and two, because he's always kind of been weak sauce. Even when he was fully in shape, he would think that he ran in the Kentucky Derby and got put away. Like he's the biggest wimp. He sweats so easily. Doesn't help right now that he's got such a long winter coat. Oh, no problem, Kathy. Thank you for being here. It is very peaceful, Fairy Godmother. It's funny because, like, cleaning their stalls even, I don't like cleaning his. His is a pain in the neck because he has shavings in his stall. But, like, my girls' stalls, Darlin and Whiskey, their stalls are outside. So their stalls, it's like honestly kind of zen and relaxing to clean. It's almost like, you know those little sand garden things that you can buy and have on your desk, and it's got the little mini rake and you can make designs and stuff. It's almost like that, cleaning the girls' stalls, because it's the same kind of thing. It's sand, it's dirt. I've grown up around the smell of horses, so that doesn't bother me at all. So like I was talking about earlier about it's called their headset. So like I said, how his neck is nice and straight and it's kind of level. He tends to be just naturally wanting to keep his head closer to the ground. He is honestly one that I haven't really had to teach to do that. He naturally likes to carry his head like that. Even when I work him with no equipment on him whatsoever, he will have his head on the ground, like sniffing the dirt. It drives me bananas. It makes me think of that SNL skit where,
Welcome in,
what is her name? Something Gallagher. Is it Mary Catherine? I can't remember. Anyway, the one that sticks her hands in her armpits and then smells them. It makes me think of that when he's like got his head in the dirt. I'm like, what are you doing? But
wasn't that from the movie Superstitious though? Or Superstar?
But that came from SNL. That skit started on SNL, and they had so many different versions of it on SNL, and then they made it into a movie, but it was the same actress in all of them. So I don't know if she
It was the same lady that played it.
I don't
played
know
in the Superstar movie.
But I don't know if she created the character or if it was written for her, but yeah. Superstar. But it makes me think of that. I'm like, you're gross, horse. Like, what are you doing? Get your nose out the dirt. Oh. So here, I'll spin him around. I'll show you guys.
The one that was making out with a tree?
So, when you get off, you don't have to put the stirrup on the saddle horn, but it makes it easier. You always want to loosen their cinch or their girth, whatever you want to call it.
Hopefully you guys can see.
Just a little bit so that it's nice and loose. See how he just took that big deep breath? It's like, but not to the point where your saddle's going to fall off, but just loose enough to where they're comfortable. Well,
I'm just kind of laughing. Out of all the places to stop and show them, you stopped directly in front of the sun.
Sorry.
Like directly in front of it.
Here, if you guys couldn't see it, let me go over here. Go this way. All right. So what I did.
There we go.
Is put the stirrup up on the saddle horn, which your foot goes in the stirrup. Saddle horn is this thing up here. And I took this and I loosened it. So it had been tighter like this. It was buckled, the little needle thing through it. So I just undid that and loosened it a smidge. Just loose enough that it takes the pressure off of him so he knows he was a good boy and he can relax, and then not so loose that the saddle's going to fall off. And then this saddle, so I only really sit from here back. From here forward, this is called an equitation bump or hump. It helps position you. It kind of forces your body into the right position for the style of riding I do. So it's very, very, very common. Like pretty much everyone has one of these on a Western Pleasure saddle. It's just a bunch of padding. It makes it a lot more comfortable. So you've got padding here, and then you've got more padding here than your standard Western saddle does usually. Are you inhaling dirt again, sir? We just talked about this. Yeah, I thought so. So, yeah. All right, let's go untuck you. Come on.
Don't worry, Denver, you're not the only one there. The phone's feeling too hot and over. Or overheating, not overwork, overheating.
And I'm sorry if I was spewing way too much information for you guys. I just don't know what to say when I'm out there riding, so I just try and explain. I still forgot to point out the 3-beat lobe. Darn it.
A what?
To point out the lobe. I forgot his halter. I'll get the saddle off at least. I forgot his halter over there.
Here, we'll do this then.
Sir. Oh yeah, he's nice and sweaty. So I always cover my saddle after I ride, and then I always store my saddle pads flipped upside down so they can dry out the sweat, aerate them a little bit. And then it's always just a good habit to cover your saddle over, keep any dust and dirt and debris off of it. Or are you gonna eat it, huh? What you think? Thank you.
Welcome.
So technically you should put a halter or something around their neck before you take their bridle off so they're not loose. But I rarely do that with him and Darlin because they're kind of lazy and don't really tend to have a desire to go much of anywhere. Denver. Hello. Hello. Alright, I'll come back and put all that away.
We got a car right here on the right.
Cool. Here, I figure before we go in the barn, so you can see his mouth. See how like drooly, sloppy, sudsy it got. That's a good thing. You can't eat the camera, bud. I'm sorry. I might actually put him on the hot walker for a little bit and get some of that sweat to dry. Let me take these leg boots off though. So like I mentioned earlier, the ones on his actual leg are called splint boots. These ones are actually called sports medicine boots. And then the ones on his actual hoof are called bell boots. So the bell boots are there to protect them in case like they're running and that back foot were to reach too far up and accidentally step on the back of their heel or something and cut themselves. So that's what that is for. So you can see right here on this leg, it still has it on. So it opens and closes in the front because you don't really need protection in the front. It's mainly in the back. And I can show you guys. It's got like extra padding and stuff inside it in that back. So like right there, it's like an extra squishy neoprene piece. Hi, buddy. So it just provides that extra layer of protection in case they were to get goofy and make a bad decision. And then the splint boots, and these are, like I said, actually called sports medicine boots, just provide protection around the whole leg. It's not guaranteed, but it's better than nothing. Some people will actually put the sports medicine boots on all 4 legs. It's just kind of personal preference and what kind of riding you do, how intense it is. A lot of times barrel racers, like ropers and stuff, will have it on all 4 legs. Or reiners, like the girl that was out there riding earlier. And then a lot of English horses will have leg boots on all 4 legs. But like I said, it's just a little bit of support, a little bit of, extra protection. Or you might see something called a polo wrap, which is essentially an extremely long piece of felt, almost. Turn around, bud. And you wrap that around their whole leg. Well, the lower half of their leg. And then it velcros around. But it serves the same purpose. Though the polo wraps actually kind of give a little bit more support than, or a little bit better support than the sports medicine boots. All right, I'm gonna go get the wheelbarrow, Aunt. And then we can walk back by Darlin. So I'll be right back. Oh, thank you, Captain Mickey Mouse. No, I'm reading the chat still. I have a sinus infection, so I can't go to the park, so I was like, I'll just stream at the horses. Thank you, Caitlin.
Oh, I gotta sit back down. There we go.
So now comes the not so fun and glamorous part of having horses, the cleaning up after them. So that's Pedro, that's the one that was being ridden out there when I was on Denver by my friend. He's actually the same age as Denver. He's the one that, the girl that owns him, we kind of joke that her horse and my horse share a brain cell because they're both a bunch of doofuses and they're both always getting into trouble. Aren't you just fun and fancy free now that you're not out there in the round pen, Miss Ma'am? I should actually take my spurs off before I do this. Here, if you want to show them a little bit closer up what they look like. And there's all different kinds of spurs. The thing that spins on them is called the rowel. So you can actually take like almost any Western spur and change out the rowel to a different one. So if you have a horse that is more responsive to a different kind of rowel, you can actually pop them out and replace them. I used to just leave my spurs on all the time when I was a teenager because I just thought it sounded so cool when you'd walk and you hear them jingle. So this is Darlin. She's the one that we had to put away a little bit after I started riding. She's the horse that I got when I got back into riding. She was the first horse I got. I actually went and tried out one horse before her, and that one was blind in one eye. He was a really, really cool horse. His name was Clue, and he was more trained for reining than Western pleasure. Because when I started to get back into riding again, I wasn't sure what kind of riding I wanted to do. I had done a little bit of everything when I was younger, but the Western pleasure was like my main thing. But when I had to put down my childhood horse that I competed on, and it was the first horse I ever had, it just kind of broke my heart. So I didn't know if I would want to stick in that discipline or change it up. So I was kind of open to whatever. And so I just started going and trying different horses and whatever. And I tried Darlin. She was for sale with a lady in Norco. It's an older lady. And she had bought Darlin through an online auction in Texas. She'd bought her for her husband to ride, just on trails around Norco and whatnot. And they bought her and they got her to Norco. And I think the husband rode her like twice in like a year or two. So the lady decided to sell her. And I think she was 6 when I got her. She had like just turned 6. And because she'd sat for so long not being ridden, she had a horrible attitude when you went to get on her. And then in addition to that, the girls that she had riding her, because the lady owned like a little boarding facility in her backyard, so she had other people paying to keep their horses there. So there were these girls that were in their early 20s that had their horses there, and they rode dressage, which is a style of English riding. Dressage is very, very, very different than Western. So they were trying to ride her in what they're familiar with, which is the dressage. Well, Darlin got very pissed because Darlin was trained for a Western, and even more so for Western pleasure. So, like I showed you guys, Western pleasure, it's more of a loose rein, it's more relaxed, it's more slow, more chill. And they had her on a very tight rein, and were really trying to get her to move out and hold her head up high and all these different things that she was not trained to do. So she got a really bad attitude. And it got to the point where everyone was scared to ride her because she had such a bad attitude. And I had seen some videos online from before this lady owned her. And so I knew what the horse had the potential to do because I'd seen that video, or videos, I should say. So I knew it wasn't the horse's problem or the horse's fault. I knew it was because of the lady and the other people that were riding her. So I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this can all be fixed, you know. So I went to go try her out, and my method when looking at horses to buy is I always make someone else get on the horse first so I can see what I'm working with before I get on. Because people will post videos in their advertisements for the horses when they're for sale, but you don't know how old those videos are. And people can lie. So I had the girls get on because the lady herself wasn't going to get on. So the girls got on, and you could tell they were very nervous, and the horse was very stressed, and the girls could hardly get her to walk. And then as soon as they asked her to trot, she tried bucking them off. So I was like, okay. So I had an idea of what I was working with. And I asked them if they could do a couple different things, and they couldn't do it. And even when they went to get on her, they went to put the bridle on, and the bridle was way, way, way too tight. So I'll show you. Oh, pissy pants. Come on, back up. So, ooh, when a bit is in a horse's mouth, their mouth should look pretty much the same. It might kind of get pulled back a smidge, but it shouldn't be too much. Yes, I know your dinner's coming. They had the bit in her mouth, and her mouth was pulled back to about here because it was way too tight. And it wasn't just like that on one side, it was like that on both sides. So I was like, no wonder the horse isn't wanting to behave for you guys. She's in pain. So, and I can guarantee you it wasn't the first time they tried riding her like that. So I walked out there, the first thing I did was loosen the bit. And then I got on her. And the girls, in fact, I have video somewhere of it. And the girls were like, oh my gosh, she's already moving better and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, do you mind if I try and lope her? And the lady's like, are you sure you want to? And I was like, well, if I'm considering buying her, like, I need to know. So I asked her to lope. She took about 2 steps and then looked like she was a saddle bronc horse in a rodeo. She was bucking and crow hopping and kicking. And I think everyone was kind of scared. But I got her like back under control. And I told the lady, I was like, I'm gonna think about it. And I went home and talked it over and thought about it. And I was like, man, I said, she's got a lot of potential, but she's gonna take a lot of time and possibly money and training and stuff to get her back to where she needs to be. But the more I thought of it, the more I started like guilt tripping myself and was like, I can't leave her with these people because they're destroying this horse. So I wound up calling the lady up and offering her a little bit less than she was asking. I think we kind of like negotiated back and forth, and I wound up buying her. And I literally had to completely restart her from the ground up, as if she'd never been ridden before. And just kind of like retrain her on how to do everything. Because I didn't know what had been taught to her since I saw that video from a long time ago. So I needed to kind of fix whatever they'd messed up. But she wound up being a really, really good horse. Huh. Chunky monkey. I should actually rake that hay out. Any questions, comments, concerns?
I haven't seen any, no. Welcome in, Chelsea. I know you came in a while ago, but...
Hey, Chelsea.
Right now, they were talking about Dutchyland snow angels.
Oh, those were the best. I'm so jelly of those, seriously.
Look at all the seagulls out there right now.
Oh, I know, it's nuts. I always joke that whenever we can't find the Disney crows that they're here because we'll get really, really like massive flocks of like the black crows circling over here too.
Maybe they're looking for Nemo. Not the crows, but the
Seagulls.
yeah. Because just in that little patch right there, there's got to be at least 80 of them right there.
Well, we'll get like all kinds of stuff in that water too. Like, what was it last year when I had that frog that I took back out there?
Yeah. Tapu says, can Darlin see with that eye mask on?
Yes. Here, I'll show you guys. So, it's called a fly mask. Usually people only have them on in the warmer months, but I keep them on year round because of this one. When like the first year I had her, she had a major eye injury and completely ripped off her upper eyelid. We don't know what on. It was in her stall. Not here, somewhere else. And we looked everywhere, couldn't find it. And the vet had to come and reattach it. So because of that, I just leave this on all the time.
Wait, hold on. Did I hear that right?
What?
Had to reattach her eye?
Her eyelid.
Oh.
So her upper eyelid was actually like hanging on by one piece. It was completely detached. And like you guys probably can't see it, but I know where it was, so I can still very faintly see like the little stitch marks in it. But because of that, I'm hyper paranoid. So I leave these on my horses all the time when they're in their stalls. But they're made out of the same thing as like the window screen mesh, so they're see-through. They're perforated. Oh, stop being cranky. Your dinner's coming. You're so moody. So
Her
moody.
ear's stuck
Yeah,
in it.
I know. There, she fixed it. Why are you so cranky? Why are you so cranky? Huh? I don't have your dinner. Frank's gonna feed you in a few minutes.
She looked back like, are you serious?
Well, and plus she's used to me coming in and giving her supplements, which I don't have, so she's irritated with me about that. I do need to get her back out and groom her though, because that's gross. And that's whiskey. Here, let's show them whiskey real quick. We won't go over there, we'll just show them.
Huh?
We won't go all the way over, we'll just show them real quick. So Whiskey's over here in a round pen. She's really mad.
Yeah, she's hungry too.
Well, and plus she's mad that she's not with Darlin.
Oh, yeah.
Because they are, unfortunately, now very bonded, and it's called either herd bound or buddy sour, to where they throw a tantrum, basically, like a toddler, whenever one gets taken away from the other. You showing them all the birds in the riverbed? In the water?
Alright, where am I at here? Okay,
Sorry guys, I gotta blow my nose.
Look at all the seagulls.
I apologize. I have a wad of napkins in my kangaroo pocket on my hoodie.
Look, I can
And
barely
even
fit
though it
them all
looks
in the
pretty
screen right
developed
now.
over
There we
here,
go.
there is still a lot of wildlife.
So from here,
Usually, at least
over
once a
here.
day, you'll hear a bunch of coyotes howling. And they're very close to where we are. So you'll usually hear them at least once a day.
Oh, there's all the crows.
Typically, the coyotes howl whenever they've made a kill, so that's always a kind of sad thing to hear when you hear it. But, and years ago, there used to be a stable down this street that this one's on, at the very end of the street. It got bought and sold several years ago, so it's no longer in operation. But when it was there was one time a mountain lion was up in the trees directly behind the property. So
I wonder when the last time the water was like all the way up to right here.
about 10-ish years ago. Because I remember when I was at Boulder Creek, the water was up to there because I have video of it.
Oh, those mountains right there. You probably can't see it from down here. Let me see if I can. I got the right one. I think it's that one. So as far as I can zoom in.
And back in the day,
I think it's that one.
when that other stable was around, I had a bunch of friends there, and we would go out on trail rides. And we would ride out in that riverbed, and we'd cross the riverbed and go up into that neighborhood on the other side of it. And then back in behind that neighborhood, up on like a little hill, down a ways, there was a restaurant, and we would ride our horses over there. They had a big old hitching post behind it. We'd tie the horses up. We'd eat our dinner, and then we'd ride back. A lot of times we'd be there and we'd watch the sunset, which was really pretty because they had this huge picture glass window on the back of the restaurant. So you'd see the horses all tied up and then the beautiful mountain sunset. We did that a lot. That was a really fun memory.
I'm not sure if I had the right peak. I want to say, I think it's, oh, if I can hold it steady for a second. I want to say, I think it's,
Hey, you see the dirt bike?
yeah. I think it's this one right here. I've been up there. I think that's where a place called the Flagpole is to us locals. Like the view from up there. So beautiful. You still haven't been to the Flagpole yet, huh?
What?
You still haven't been to the Flagpole yet, huh?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, well, I want to say that's the peak it's on though. Is that peak?
No, I
right
don't even
there.
know how to get there.
You gotta take Tussin Ranch Road up and behind the mountain, and then you got a 4x up.
That guy's almost stuck. Bike's struggling a bit. So we got a lot of like people in dirt bikes and quads and sand rails out in the riverbed. Which is cool as long as they're respectful. But you get a lot out there that aren't respectful of the horses, and if you're out there riding your horse, they come blowing past you and try and scare your horse on purpose. Not all, but
I will get my side by side.
what I do?
I was saying I will get my side by side.
Oh. Their stalls have dried out quite a bit though, huh? Oops.
Yeah.
Because I knocked the rake down.
Let me see if I can find some for you guys really quick. Hold on. As soon as I can find the very first one, I'll just throw that one up.
And this is where the asthma starts to flare up. How's he doing? Good. Good. No Molly tonight?
What?
No Molly tonight? Oh. Coming up the rear.
Yeah, she likes entertaining my dog because they like to play.
Aw. Very good.
Okay, so here's the first picture I found. So, like I said, I want to say it's that point. I could be wrong, but here's the view from the. Oh, hold on.
All right.
That's the view from up there. Such an awesome view up there, but it's so windy too.
Whiskey, you ready to go home?
So let me see if I can get it. It's hard to zoom in with one hand.
Come on.
So,
Come
by
on.
this picture, we are.
Good girl.
Let's see, hold on. We're about right here. Right where that like grayish patch is right there. Oops. So we're way over there. That's mechanic hand. It was the engine swap and stuff that I just did. Look, I got cuts and stuff all over my hands.
What are you doing?
Showing my pedicure.
You want to walk? You don't want to be behind this one. She'll try and take you out.
She'll try and take me out.
Uh-huh. She tried to take Frank out one time. That was a while ago, though.
That's because she stands on business.
Don't you see, huh? A lot going on today, huh? Here we go.
Even she was like, hey, what gives? Where's my food?
Yeah, they're like,
Huh.
excuse me?
Huh.
I don't know if I should put their blankets on or not. It's getting so hot during the day.
After the rain and everything we just had, we probably can't make it up there right now.
What, flagpole?
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you seen the pictures from up there? Mm-mm. You've never seen a picture from up there?
Not recent. I mean, I have, but not
This
lately.
one was from this year that I just showed him.
Oh, that's pretty. I thought you meant after the rain.
Oh no. Because look, we're right there. Where that gray patch, or that like cream colored patch is.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So all those buses and everything that's on the property next door, those people moved in a couple months ago. And I think the husband might be a tour bus driver. I think. Because supposedly he's a truck driver. But then all of a sudden, slowly, all these tour buses started showing up. So that's my theory. I have no way of proving or disproving it. It's just my personal theory. Do they want to more horse grooming, or do they want to go for a drive around town and see the town a little bit before it's pitch black?
We gotta wait for him to answer.
More horse grooming stuff, or see the town? Either way, I got to groom the horses, but I can come back after driving and do that. What say you?
Sylvia said both.
Both. Missy B said those are man hands. Town. All right, we can drive around town and then come back. Chelsea has Blair said see the town. All right. It's not exciting, I promise. But we can see what we can see and then we'll come back. I'll just throw everything in the trailer and throw Denver in her stall real quick.
Yes, that's Katie. She likes to do things. She likes to make them difficult. Got people right here. Show them around. Hey, Betty.
I didn't know you were going that way. I thought you were following me. I was going to show them the ponies.
Oh.
It's fine. You can kind of see them behind Denver over there. So
Man, that sun went down. It's already starting to get chilly.
The rental string at Irvine Regional Park. All the ponies that you can ride on the pony rides there, they're from here. So the guy that owns this property also owns all those ponies, and does the pony rides out there. So those are the ponies from that rental string.
You are still sweaty, my guy.
I know, me neither. Water was off. My husband was working on
Oh, makes sense.
They said you could have finished with the horses first. Why come back?
Because it's going to be too dark. You're not going to be able to see anything in town if we wait.
Some areas it does, yeah.
Because remember, like a couple years ago, like a year and a half ago, we tried that, and everyone was like, "It's cool, but you can't see anything."
A couple years ago, wasn't that like a few months ago?
No,
You haven't even been doing the horse streams for a year.
no, not the one I drove around town that one time.
Yeah, that was after we were out here with the horses.
It was like we went out to Horseman's and all that, but you couldn't see anything.
Emily said
Have a
make
good
that
night.
a Thursday stream.
Glad you're feeling better, by the way.
Thank you, sweetie.
You're welcome. All right, you too. Take care. Hopefully he's got the water on for you.
Yeah, he does.
Good. Plus, Denver will be happy because he gets to eat a little bit before he gets groomed. I'm just going to get a splash of water on my hands. All right. I left the rest of it out. I locked up the horse trailer. All right, guys. We're going to go and show you a little bit of the high desert. Anthony's going to show you his shoes. Yeah, Krista Joe, I don't think we're going to be able to show all of it before it's dark. But we'll show a little bit.
That'll give me a chance to put my jacket on. Oh my goodness, there's still pliers in my pocket.
Next is Haunted Mansion. Betty, I don't even notice. Does it smell like horse manure here, Aunt?
Only for a little bit, but I think it's because it's so open and that there's a steady breeze. It's not very strong at all. Either that or I've already been here long enough that it doesn't really smell.
I think on hot days you notice it more than on a cooler day.
Before we take off, let me switch the battery.
Well, we're running out of daylight, so I'm just gonna go. You didn't swap it while we're driving.
No.
No.
I admire the fact that you think it's that easy.
What are we at?
Where are you gonna drive?
What do you mean, where am I going to
You
drive?
need gas too.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's 47 miles on my range. You can do a loop. Here, point it down for a minute or two, though. Just till we get out of here so it's not obvious where the heck we're at. Dumbo fly into the sunset. Ada, did you get the Christmas Dumbo blow mold for like a lawn decoration or porch decoration? The one with the little Santa hat on it? We were going to Crumble Cookie? Were we? Kaylin, yes, we'll describe it. I'm not going to describe much right now because just to kind of respect privacy and stuff, because it is kind of in a residential area. So, and just to be on the safe side, I don't want, like, you know, a random person showing up where I have my horses. So just till we get a little bit away from it, and then we'll show and describe everything. Pretty sunset tonight. No, my low fuel light's on, so I had 40 something miles on my range. That's why. My low fuel light came on the way to the horses, and if I'd really been thinking, I should have stopped beforehand and gotten gas. But what can you do? Hey, theme park seniors. Goodness. I'm sure you guys can tell by the lovely road sounds that the roads out here are not maintained the best. Someone's got a big old bonfire going in their backyard.
Oh, look at all that free dirt.
You can show that. So you guys can see the water flow gets pretty intense. That's all dirt that they scraped out of the roadway after this last storm. Be completely full all the way from those houses on the other side all the way up to where my horses' corrals are. So whenever we get heavy rainstorms and stuff, I always worry about my horses a bit.
God, I swear these houses are still insane right here.
Oh, I know. The one that used to own Boulder Creek, I've been in it several times. We're watching for UFOs, Sanchez said. Oh, yay, Betty. I'm glad you were able to get it. Alright, you can just kind of show now, I guess, a little bit. So this is the city that Anthony lives in. It's not near where he lives, but it's the same city. And it's a lot of residential, but a lot of ag as well. So agricultural land as well. A lot of the houses have like a quarter of an acre or more of land. Not all, but a lot of them do. There were a lot of dude ranches up here. So back in, like, as time went on, a lot of them wound up getting their own land up here, developing it, whatever. So there used to be old black and white shows and movies with a couple called Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, and he rode a horse named Trigger. They did a lot of old Western films, and they lived up here. They actually had a few different properties up here. They're like probably the most well-known couple from up here. But the actress who plays Elvira, she lives up here in the high desert. She lives out in Oak Hills. Oh my gosh. Cuba Gooding Jr. actually went to high school up here. Tom Selleck lived up here after he retired from acting. I can't even think. And there were also some athletes. So it's close enough to like Hollywood and LA and whatever that, you know, you can go there in a reasonable amount of time, but it's not something you would necessarily want to have to do on a daily basis. Back in the day, it was a lot easier, but now there's so much traffic because there's so much more development that's happened. So it's not necessarily something you would want to do. There are people, though, that do commute it every day. There's people that work at Disney that commute from up here every day. Exactly, Chris.
Well, that's because the pay's better down the hill, but housing's cheaper up here.
For sure, yeah. So a lot of people, excuse me guys, I gotta blow my nose again. A lot of people who own homes down in LA and Orange County and, you know, wherever down there, they'll sell their house, make millions selling it, because even a small house down there a lot of times is worth over $1 million. And they'll move up here or somewhere similar to up here and buy a house up here, a brand new built house, for less than half or around half of what their house down there cost. It'll be 2 or 3 times the size of what their house was down there. And then they'll be able to bank the other, you know, $500K to live off of. So it's really common to see, especially the last like 20 or so years, a lot of people moving up here that have done just that. You also get a lot of people that can't afford to be first-time homeowners down in LA, Orange County, San Bernardino County, and they move up here because housing is more affordable than down there. It's not affordable per se, but it is a lot more affordable than it is down in those areas. And if you want land too, because there's very few places down there that you can have land, let alone affordable land. But with that also comes unmaintained roads, because there's a lot of places on dirt roads that are not maintained. A lot of houses that are on those dirt roads are on propane instead of natural gas. So you have to stay on top of that and have your propane tank filled. A lot of houses up here are on septic instead of sewer. I cannot talk. So there's a trade-off for sure. But now if we'd kept going straight instead of turning, that would take us to Hesperia Lake Park. We could go there one day. They have fishing, a little kids play area. There's a bunch of soccer fields. They do a lot of rodeo type events out there. They do gymkhanas with the horses. And they'll have like festivals a couple times a year there. It actually was completely all underwater after the rain. Like the porta potties were floating away. So. And then coming up ahead is going to be that Mojave River, that same river that was behind the horses. It flows through here. When we have heavy rains and stuff, or when it's really icy, they'll actually shut this road down often because the road goes and is completely submerged underwater. But we're not quite there yet. It's coming up right after this little hump in the road. So there you can see the water kind of going under us. What the heck are those cranes there for? Working on the power lines or something? That's new. I've never seen them there before.
I have no idea what they're doing. But I mean, to be fair, this whole road was underwater
Yeah,
for
but
like a week.
it's just crazy to see. So up here at this light, if you turn right, that's where a lot of people that live up here will go out to go off-roading, even though technically you're not supposed to, because technically it's owned by the government, the land is, and you can get fined and stuff if you go off-roading out there, but that doesn't stop most people. Most people still go out there. And they go out to what's called the dam, and they'll go out in the water and play and go off-roading and whatnot. But that's not the way to Flagpole, is it? Out that way?
No.
It's up here, right?
Yeah, it's up here. You gotta go all the way up Tustin Ranch to
Because isn't it the same place, like the same area that you go and park to go to the hot springs?
yeah, you need to head that direction.
Yeah, it's like over that way. It's one hike I've always wanted to do, but I've always been scared to do. Because my friend Steph...
Whose house is that? That's new.
It's been there for several years, and I don't know, but it's
That
fancy.
thing's massive.
And it's fancy. And it's like all fenced and stuff, too. It's been there for a few years, though. But no, I've always wanted to go hike out to the hot springs.
Let's do an off-road stream, Mike says.
We would, but we don't think the signal would hold up. The signal up here isn't the best to begin with, and then you go off-roading, forget it. But no,
I think it depends on where you go.
But like Steph would always tell me about all the people that she'd have to rescue. My friend is a paramedic up here, and she would get so mad whenever people would go out there that weren't, prepared for it and had no business being out there, because they would have to physically hike out with the stretcher and all the equipment to go and try and rescue them. So earlier when I was talking about going for a ride on my horse and going to dinner, it was this place right up here. It's changed owners. I can't remember what it's called now, but it's on the left-hand side with that big old neon sign. Hilltop House. It used to be called Ponderosa, and we would ride our horses and tie them up and go to dinner now. They still do dinners. I think they have concerts there every once in a while. It's a wedding venue now. You can get married or have like catered events and stuff. It's really, really pretty though, because you get this beautiful view out the back. And then they've got a mini little hotel that they've redone. It's a really old hotel that they've redone in kind of like retro style. But the last time I went there was with Alex and everyone from the old meetup group and like ghost hunting group and everything. It was a bunch of the girls. We all went. It was after Alex has had all her surgeries. And when she was dressed up all like cowgirled out and everything. That was the last time I went there.
The rent-a-cowgirl outfit.
Which is ironic, because I got an email today from the Meetup app saying that I haven't used my account in so many years that if I don't go on there and log into it by the 15th, they're going to delete my account. Because it's probably been like 15 years since I've been on there. I wonder if there's even anything like halfway decent up here anymore. Any questions, comments, anything?
Nope.
Oh yeah. So you can pan and like show. This used to be a lot of like farms and stuff like that. Down below us, the one street we didn't turn down, that one used to have a lot of turkey farms
ostrich.
Yeah. Was it Zaki Farms that used to have farms up here? One of them used to. One of the big names used to have poultry farms. Some of the barns are still there.
Of course, as soon as I swing the camera over there, all the houses came back.
Oh, trying to show like the sunset.
Oh, the sunset and the view.
So, not a lot of sidewalks. There's bike lanes, but not much in the way of sidewalks, especially in like the residential areas and stuff. It's a lot more rural than most people are probably used to. And then the farther out you go, the more rural and underdeveloped it is. Like these are probably like what, quarter-acre lots maybe?
Yes. Most of the houses in upper Apple Valley are quarter-acre lots.
And then the further out you go,
Then you start getting
like,
the bigger ones.
Yeah, then it's like half an acre and then an acre and then 2 acres is really common in outer Apple Valley and the opposite direction out towards Phelan. You can find some that are 5 acres or more. It just depends.
I feel like the quarter-acre lots are a decent size. It gives you an ample amount of room yard-wise, but it's not too big. Like my house that I had in Apple Valley had a quarter. Was it a quarter or was it a half? No, it was a quarter-acre. It was easy to maintain, not too bad. My parents live on an acre, and that's just a lot. Chris said, I like the area. I might have to keep it in mind when I want to find a place to rent.
There's lots of vets offices up here, Chris, that you could work at. Just throwing that out there. In fact, I actually know one that I might be able to get you in with.
Apple Valley's honestly not that bad of an area to live in. It's a little bit more price-wise than Hesperia and Victorville.
It depends on the area, though.
Yeah, there is a part of Apple Valley that us locals call Felony Flats.
There's the older areas of Apple Valley are definitely not as nice. You want to stick to either the newer areas or the lesser developed areas, typically. Like that area we just drove through is kind of on the cusp. It's kind of like in between like the old Apple Valley and the newer Apple Valley.
Then you have some areas that are way expensive part of Apple Valley.
Yeah, there's some areas that are gated and you need like a code or whatever to enter.
George asked if we're coming over.
I almost know where you guys live. Not exactly, but I kind of know the general vicinity, so we kind of could. We could drive around and just see if you guys are standing out front.
Another Brian says, is there a bus service out there? Yes, there is actually.
And there's actually bus service that can take you down to like San Bernardino and farther, you know. There's a bus line that all day goes up and down the Cajon Pass and takes people down there. My one aunt used to take it all the time and take it to the Metrolink and then take the train into like Irvine area. So there is public transportation locally and for more long distance.
Oh, wait, no, that's a clinic.
So that's one of the high schools.
This is the high school that my oldest went to. Before her mom moved her out to BFE.
See, and this is where, like we said, it kind of gets a little less developed and stuff. This is kind of that area. The further out you drive, the less developed it is. They're trying to bring more out this way. Like,
There you go. For example, there ain't nothing in this probably 300-acre stretch of dirt.
but then right here is a movie theater that they built like 15, 20 years ago. And you would think like, oh, there's a protest or something. What's going on? What's going on? Something now. I don't know what it says.
Fair contract.
Oh, I don't know who we're supporting.
No,
But-
it's
Yeah.
for the town of Apple Valley.
Yeah, sure. I don't even know if that movie theater's still open, but
No, I think it closed finally.
but they tried, bless their hearts, they tried to develop more out here. This whole shopping center was supposed to get developed. I swear there was another building there. Oh no, it is. It's still back there.
Well, there's that one there and that one there.
But and
Well, at
then
least this corner location finally made it from its little shack building into at least a,
and it looks like a nice little gas station.
yeah.
And they have diesel. Good to know, because we're down to 35 miles right now.
And then I almost bought one of these. This is a little mobile home park, which we have quite a few of those out here.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobile. In fact, there's one right here on the other
there's
side.
another one right here. And a lot of these ones in here go for cheap. That's why I was going to buy one, because they're modular homes.
That one I think is actually a senior community. There are some that are only for
I think
seniors.
it's the other one.
Is
or
it?
no, maybe I think it's the one up here that's a senior community.
I don't know.
I think those two are because, oh no, the one I was looking at, the module home, was over by the high school. But last time I was looking, one of those were going for like $64,000 to buy.
Yeah, it just depends on the age of it and the size and setup.
I want to know what this is. Quality Health Ranch.
Okay, I don't know if this is true. Lynn and George, if you're in here, if you know this or not, chime in.
Is that like
I heard-
Snakey Colony?
I heard at one point that was a nudist colony, but I don't know if that's true or not. So, you call it a naked colony? So this road, if you keep driving on it, it's going to come to like a T. And if we make a left, it'll take us back towards Apple Valley. And if you take a right, it'll take you out to Lucerne. And then from there, you can drive the back way up to Big Bear, which is usually, if we go up to Big Bear, that's the way we typically go.
Well, because the other way wouldn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, it's too far out of our way.
You'd have to turn around and go all the way down the hill, all the way around the mountain just to come back up on the other side.
Could you go? There's got to be a way, I would imagine. If you took 173 and went like the back way up to Lake Arrowhead, I'd imagine there's a way from there to get to Big Bear too.
Yeah, but even still, you're going
Well, I
completely
know it's
the
way out of your
opposite
way.
way.
Yeah.
You're just starting at the middle of the hill instead of going
Yeah, true.
around it one way or the other. I still want to come out here and find that little rock cave thing that they found out here.
You're not supposed to find it.
I will find it. Somebody found it They recorded the video, just didn't record how to get there.
The Doomsday Shelter.
Yeah.
So here's the fork in the road.
Theme Park Senior said, Dead Man's Point.
Yep.
That's pretty much all we know it is.
And it's because there's so many accidents and people get killed out here. And these rock formations over here on the right are like some of my favorites up here. It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, you can see kind of right now. So out here, this is where we took you guys before, and Anthony got out the car and started looking at the freaking paw prints and tracking them, and I was like, what are you doing? The big massive ones that we thought might be mountain lion tracks. Anyway, but out here is Horseman Center Park. They do a lot of horse shows.
Before we go back to the not so exciting rocks, there's the view.
Okay, real quick though, Horseman. So over here, we told you guys about it when we were here last time, but now you can actually kind of see some of the rocks. This is out where Destiny's Child, or no, Beyonce. Why am I saying Destiny's Child? Beyonce filmed one of her music videos. Wasn't it the one for one of the Lion Kings, the live action Lion King? I think it was one of the songs for that. That's the other thing that the high desert's kind of used for a lot of random movies and TV shows will be filmed out here. Not necessarily in town, but a lot of them kind of out off the beaten path. So, but we do get some killer sunsets. That's one of like the perks of being up here is there's 9 times out of 10 it's a stunning sunset. But I think that's true for most desert communities. Like I think a lot of people in Arizona get some really killer sunsets too.
Yeah.
The other thing that the high desert has, there's actually several smaller airports out here. There's one in Apple Valley, there's one in Hesperia, and then there's the old George Air Force Base that now is used by a lot of companies like Amazon and UPS and stuff like that. They have hubs out of there, and then a lot of the actual airlines will take their planes there for maintenance, so it at least is still in use. So it's cool, but it's also kind of scary because like out by where I live, I'm in the flight path for a lot of the airplanes that take off and land from George Air Force Base. So like today there was one that was really, really low, and for a second there I was like, do I need to be worried? So
we're still kind of in the more neutral part of Apple Valley.
yeah, we're still kind of on the outskirts right now.
I would say this area is kind of like the middle class area of Apple Valley.
I'd agree with that.
Felony Flats is kind of like the
hood.
low income.
So there used to be a really cool bar out here. It sold and changed names. I believe it's still in use as a bar, but I haven't been there since it changed names. But a lot of back in like the 90s and stuff, there was a lot of like country performers that would come out here and stuff like that.
I think it's
back there.
No, it's right there. It's Buc-ee's.
Oh, Bucky. It's called Buc-ee's now.
Oh no, Buckeye.
Buckeye? I don't know. I don't go now. There also used to be a really good place out.
Oh man, I'm glad I don't live in Apple Valley anymore. Oh, never mind. It's only $4.09 a gallon.
But out off Highway 395, there used to be a place called the Cocky Bull. And that place had a lot of like bigger names that would go by there. Like Garth Brooks was there at one point. Gosh, I can't even think of the names. Most of that was before my time, before I was up in the desert. but it was still around when I was up here, but it just wasn't as big of a deal. So I've been there, but not in its heyday.
There's one vet supply, or not vet supply, animal hospital.
Oh, we've passed several already.
Yeah, but that's the bigger one that I know of. The one back there.
There's Townsend and Mama Carpino's. If you're ever up here by some chance and you want some incredible Italian food, go to Mama Carpino's.
Oh my goodness, all these buildings just going to waste now.
Yeah. But that place has the most incredible from scratch Italian food. It's phenomenal. When you first walk in, they've got a deli area where you can get fresh deli meats and cheeses. They've got a gelato freezer area where you can get fresh scoop gelato. They've got a bakery area with fresh made little treats like cannolis and whatnot. And then just chef's kiss. Such good food. And then Townsend, I don't know what's going on with it now, the restaurant next to it. It was a still house, and when it was originally built, you could actually buy your own barrel of whiskey and make it however you wanted to make it on site, and then they would store it there and age it. And then it had a restaurant and bar attached to it, but it's changed owners, so I'm not 100% sure. But the way they had it set up is if you had bought one of those barrels of whiskey, they had almost like their own Club 33. And the guy, because we talked to the owner, and he literally compared it to Club 30. So, but like I said, that was before it changed hands, so I don't know what all's going on with it now. And up on the hill over here on the left, there used to be a house, and it was a very, very, very famous house, designed by a very famous architect. But unfortunately, it sat vacant for so long, it wound up getting vandalized really badly, and in the last few years, they actually demolished it. A swimming pool that kind of sat outside on the rocks and stuff. It looked real cool.
I never did get to hike up there and see it before it got tore down, though.
Neither did I. I was always like, oh, I'll go, when the weather's blah, 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 and then just kind of pushed it off.
Well, and then it's crazy because it's not even a hard hike. There's literally a road that leads right up to it.
Yeah. I also kind of got nervous, though, because I heard that, they'd ticket your car and stuff if you parked there, so I was like, I don't know where to park.
Oh, Fries Galore finally got their own place, huh?
They just opened. I saw it on Facebook the other day. They literally just opened.
So this is one of two main shopping centers for Apple Valley. Target, Bowling, Ross, Dollar Tree, Carl's Jr. Panda.
Now I could be wrong, but I believe that bowling alley is the original site of the Roy Rogers and Dale Evans Museum before it got relocated over on the other side of the 15 freeway. Neither of which are still there as museums, but I digress.
Walmart, Albertsons, McD's. All these buildings going to waste. That was the one thing I always thought was crazy. Why didn't they go through and work on these buildings here before building all that in the new shopping center over there? That back there is Felony Flats.
Yeah, back the neighborhood directly behind these shopping centers right here is called Felony Flats. Well, it's not called that, it's what we nicknamed it. And by we, I mean everyone in the high
locals,
desert.
yeah.
This isn't something that Anthony and I came up with. It's something that we were told by other people up here. And it's been called that for years and years and years.
It's been called that since as long as I can remember.
Yeah. And then over on the left-hand side, which is completely ironic, is basically Desert Knolls area of Apple Valley. So it's like the nicer, there's like a golf course.
Like the more prissy,
the higher end homes
Yeah.
and stuff. A lot of them are over in there. Like there's multi-million-dollar homes over there.
literally right on the other side of the road.
Yeah, it's,
Like literally.
it's comical.
Like on the back side of that mountain,
Are some of the most expensive homes, like
there's a
mansions.
ginormous mansion back there.
There's several. Like a lot of the homes back in there are owned by doctors and lawyers, and you know, or they are the ones that originally designed the homes. Maybe they don't own them now. There's a lot of homes back in there with like tennis courts. It's like a lot of them have a lot of land back over there. There's several with an acre or more of land. So it's not uncommon to see like horses and horse stables in the back of homes over there. And
I don't think it's haunted, but it did just sell, didn't it just sell like 2 years ago for
what?
that big the big mansion, the big white one,
It might have, yeah.
but completely fenced in,
Yeah.
like gives off the mansion vibes.
Yeah.
I think that just sold like a couple of years ago at most. I don't even remember how much it was, like 8 or 10 million or something like that.
And then the
I could
house
be
that
wrong.
Tom Selleck had and Roy Rogers and Dale Evans in their older years had are back over there too. Big old mansions in there.
Oh, I think we passed another vet.
Oh yeah, we've passed a few. And then back over here also is Fat Cat Swingers that play at Disney. Their lead singer Marcos, he lived up in this area of Apple Valley as well. I don't think he does anymore. I think they sold their house and they're kind of touring, living out of a van and traveling the country. But yeah, he was up in this area as well.
The policia. I used to enjoy living in Apple Valley. I think out of just some parts of Victorville aren't bad, but I would stick to Apple Valley or Hesperia myself, because I don't like my house being so close to other houses. I like some space in between, so.
Yeah. Victorville, there's 3 main cities in the high desert. There are others, but the main ones are Victorville, Hesperia, and Apple Valley. So Victorville is going to be your more, almost like urbanized. It's more of your tract housing. For the most part, most of the houses don't have a lot of land. It's a lot of like more smaller backyards. It's where you're going to find more of your sidewalk housing. Your houses with sidewalks and things like that. Hesperia and Apple Valley are a little more rural. I would say Hesperia more so than Apple Valley. Apple Valley does have a fair, maybe like a third of it is like your tract housing, your developed housing. And maybe the other 2/3 are your more rural, like having a lot of acreage and stuff. Hesperia, very little of Hesperia is tract housing. There's only a few small areas that have tract housing. The vast majority of Hesperia is land and like less developed housing. I didn't know if I should do more Apple Valley or go to like Old Town Victorville. I was like, but I also need to get gas, so.
I mean, there's really not anything exciting to show in Old Town Victorville. All the cool stuff, they already took it out, and
I
all
know.
you're really going to see is bums walking up the street.
Well, especially this time of day. It'll give them something to see another time.
Right?
I mean, it's so dark now anyway, you can't see a whole lot anyway. But then you also do have like other like towns and cities on the outskirts. You've got Lucerne, you've got Adelanto, you've got Phelan, Baldy Mesa, Oak Hills.
Melina says, good night.
Good night. So parallel to where we are right now, that riverbed, that Mojave Narrows River runs. So the Mojave River.
It's over there.
So we can't see it, but it runs parallel to this road. It's crazy.
Kind of.
Well, I mean, for the most part. So along here, there used to be a lot of farms and ranches and things. There used to be an old ostrich ranch out here. There were old thoroughbred racehorse farms out here. And I mean, they were on like tens, if not hundreds of acres on some of them. There's one place, I don't know if it's still available or not, but I know like a couple months ago, I was just randomly looking at properties and stuff up here. And back over this way, on the right-hand side of the road, kind of in the middle, it was kind of near where the ostrich farm was. There's a place that's like 10 acres, which is really rare to find in this area of town, but it's 10 acres of land for sale with an old original farmhouse. It used to be a working ranch, and it's got one of the original barns on it too. And I like looked at it and I was like, that would be so cool, but man, it needs a lot of work. I'm like, oof. I'm like, for what the price of the land and the house is, and then to have to do all the work on top of it, I'm like, I can't afford that. But a girl can dream.
Yes, you are correct. Theme Park Seniors, we are on Apple Valley Road.
We're actually passing where the ostrich farm was, Theme Park Seniors.
Yep.
It's still not developed. It's still just land. So all those years after they kicked those poor people out with all those ostriches, it's still not developed. Because you figure it's been, what, like 10 years since they kicked them out?
It's been longer than that.
10, 15, I don't know, somewhere in there.
Well, I mean, you figure I've almost known you 10 years.
I don't remember when they kicked them out. I just remember them being
it's been
kicked
a
out.
long time. I would say probably closer to like 20. Yes, Bakersfield is a long ways away from us, Tabu.
Yeah, it's a few hours drive. But from here, if we drive up to like San Francisco, it'll usually take us out towards Bakersfield first, rather than going out towards LA first. So it'll usually take us towards Bakersfield and then have us cut clear across all of like Central California, and then from there take like the 5 up. Man, my congestion's like coming on now that it's getting later. My congestion's starting to come on.
We'll see if we get another brief opening so you guys can see the view.
And the mountains that you can kind of see in the direction that Anthony's pointing the camera, that's over where Wrightwood is. So for those of you that have seen any that's the area that it happened. All the mudslides and everything. And then last year and 2 years prior to that, the really bad wildfires were also out that way. Go by the Narrows and then loop back around.
You could.
It's funny, Lynn and I were talking about that truck. I'm like, it's been there for so long, like it comes every night, and it's always got someone there. It's got to be good if it's been there that long.
It's a little bit farther. If we didn't turn right, if we would have kept going, it would have been 1, 2, like 3 more stoplights up.
What, Bear Valley?
Yeah.
So if it opened in the last, like, 5 years,
Yeah.
it's called the Yucca Bridge, and it goes over Mojave Narrows, over the Mojave River, and takes you in between Mojave Narrows Regional Park and the backside of Spring Valley Lake. So we're coming up on the bridge right now, and it'll actually take us over the top of the Mojave River. So all that water we saw earlier by the horses.
Which comes from that way and then goes off that way.
And then the direction Anthony's pointing the camera right now is over where Mojave Regional Park is. So there's like a little tiny lake there. You can go fishing, you can go camping, you can go horseback riding, ride your horse out there. And then over on the left-hand side is a housing community called Spring Valley Lake.
Spring Valley Lake is like... Actually, Spring Valley Lake is an HOA community, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. That's why they've got that brick wall right there going all the way around it. There is some nice houses in there.
Yeah, there's some very nice houses in there.
I was looking at one of the houses that have the dock in the back for the lake. I'm like, I don't know if I'd ever have a boat, but I'd have a dock, right? Barstow is about 30 to 45 minutes from us.
So here's the light where you would go to Mojave Narrows Regional Park. You make a right, and it takes you into the park. And then there's a train that runs through here as well.
Are they out there off-roading? Is that people out there working?
I think it's working on the train.
Oh, no, I don't see any yellow flashers. Those are people out
Maybe, I don't know.
off-roading.
And then they also extended this road all the way to Hesperia Road when they built the bridge. So if we continued going straight, it would take you to Hesperia Road, and you could even keep going straight beyond that, and it would take you all the way to 7th Street. But we're going to turn here. This is Ridgecrest that we're going to turn on to.
The 58 is about 20-30 minutes from us. I wouldn't have mind living in Spring Valley Lake because there is a lot of nice houses, but I couldn't deal with an HOA.
And they're kind of picky in there with the HOA. Like, I feel like it's gotten a little worse over the years.
Oh yeah, they're pretty snobby in there too.
But the guy that developed Gold's Gym, he used to live in Spring Valley Lake. He actually lived on the Parkway.
I think the last time I was actually in Spring Valley Lake is when we all used to go Pokemon hunting.
My aunt's friend Judy used to live in there, so I used to go there every once in a while. And then prior to that, my one aunt lived in there, so I wasn't there all the time.
Most of the time, HOAs are just like Karen communities.
Tell me how you really feel.
That's how I really feel polite. But the difference between me is I can openly admit that an HOA community is not for me. So I'm not going to come in and try and do stuff my way. You guys can just have your little community. Because then if I somehow got stuck in a position to where I owned a house and then it all of a sudden became an HOA community, I feel like I would be dealing in a lot of malicious compliance.
Really?
And I feel like I have to correct myself. I'm not saying if you live in an HOA that you are automatically made a Karen. What I mean is like HOAs are ran by like a community of Karens. Like, because I know few people that do live in an HOA and like they're good people. They're not like that.
I'm just going to clarify the views brought by Mr. Mischief are not the views supported by this channel. I'm not calling anyone
This is
Karens.
a high desert stream.
I'm not calling anyone Karens. I'm not. Nothing. I think the station. I'm gonna roll the dice. If not, I'll be getting
Chris
gas
says, "Oh,
afterwards."
Anthony, you meant all of them are Karens." No, because I had a few friends that lived in there, and I had a few family members that live in there.
Whee! So,
Christy says, "I fully support his views." Oh, you can't see the Flintstone house.
I know.
Oh, you can kind of see it.
So there's a couple houses over here that are very architecturally unique, we'll say. One everyone up here kind of calls the Flintstone house because it resembles a house that you might have seen in the Flintstones cartoon. And then there's another house a little bit closer to the college that I like to call the Pineapple House because it reminds me of SpongeBob's Pineapple House. So, but it's too late. You can't see them very well. But we'll have to drive up here more another day when it's daylight so y'all can see.
Journey says, "My mom lives there currently."
It does have diesel, I was right.
Journey says, "Yeah, I can confirm. Just to walk around the park by the lake, you have to have a guest pass or a family pass."
Yeah.
Jacob, we're just driving around right now.
We're heading back to the horses.
Tabo says, "I admit during my eviction order, my HOA was unusually nice and generous." I thought you were talking about this one.
I am. I can get it after the horses, though. I don't think they want to chill while we get gas. And I got 19 miles, so I can go to the horses and then come back here afterwards. And get
Oh
gas.
my God.
We listen and we don't judge.
I'm going to be judging the hell out of us sitting on the side of the road with no gas.
AAA to the rescue. It is not 10 miles from here to the horses and back. Like, I mean, it's not 20 miles.
As
but 10
we go
miles
up
away.
and down hills that slosh the gas
Oh,
from
my
the
Lord,
back of the tank to the front of the tank to the back of the
I'm so
tank.
glad you're not over dramatic or anything.
No, over dramatic and be like, oh my God, we're gonna run out of gas. We're gonna be stuck on the side of the road. Everybody's gonna forget us. Our phone's not gonna work. We're gonna freeze to death outside because it's gonna be 32 degrees and we can't use the heater. I can't walk.
Griswold, is that you?
I can't walk home.
Christmas lights.
Can't walk home because there's bears out.
No, they tranquilized him and took Yogi home.
No, I know.
What I want to know is if it's one of the same bears that they took home a couple years ago when the bears came down. Because those were like itty bitty cubs back then. And that one that they just took back looked like it was like only a few years old. So I'm curious if it's one of the same bears.
Crystal said Anthony's going to turn into a Karen just for you.
Turn into a Karen? You mean he's not already? No, I'm kidding. Oh, man.
Eve says, listen to your mechanic.
All right, you wanna drop the gimbal like it's hot for a sec? So
I don't work on her cars though, Eve.
You worked on the one truck. I have to say this much. My one truck is an old truck. It had been having issues for like probably 15 years. And I took it to the manufacturer. I took it to other mechanics. No one could figure out what the hell was wrong with it. Anthony figured it out and fixed it. Haven't had a problem with that thing, knock on wood, since.
Oh, you're talking about when the batteries kept draining?
Yeah, when it kept just, like, we'd put brand new batteries in it, and within like a couple months they were completely drained, dead, and it just, we were going through batteries left and right. And I have big old diesel trucks, so each truck takes 2 batteries, so it was costing a fortune having to replace the batteries all the time. And then we kept taking it like all over trying to get it fixed. Most of that, granted, was before I knew Anthony. And so I just kept going through batteries like crazy, like, okay, this is life, like it is what it is. And then one day I was like, question. I'm like, if you don't want to work on it, it's fine. And he's like, yeah, you know. And I was like, well, I'm not in a rush. I'm like, half the time the thing's dead anyway because the stupid batteries. So, but he fixed it. That's the other thing over here. Is all hilly,
Well,
loop to loop.
Well, to be fair though, too, you had one of the handful. So there's like a handful of issues that any car can have, and that they are like a pain in the butt to get resolved.
Lucky me.
And what you had was, it's called a parasitic drain, and it's not like they have tools that make it easier now, but the old way to do it, it was very time consuming, like ridiculously time consuming, because you're basically trying to figure out what inside of the vehicle, out of all of the wires, out of all the electronics, out of all the fuses, is causing just enough of an electrical issue that keeps the car on. Like my Expedition right now has a parasitic drain. I finally traced it down to the rear wiper motor.
That's crazy.
Is on just enough. Not enough, well, it's not enough to move the motor back and forth.
Right.
You know, like move the arm, but it is just enough that after 4 days, it'll drain the battery completely.
That's crazy. You guys can kind of see there's still water out here on the dirt road, but up until a couple weeks ago, all of this dirt road was underwater. Like, I would go mudding trying to come see my horses, and my truck can prove it because you just look at it from the outside and it's caked in mud.
Oh, Kaylin, I don't know what we're doing for dinner. Katie probably won't do anything for dinner. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner.
Who is that? I don't know whose vehicle that is.
Look like a blonde lady?
I don't know.
It kind of almost looked like the lady that was here earlier.
No, I've never seen that vehicle before that I can think of. Oh, you know what? That might be that one lady that has a daughter. Might be her.
I love W Spoon. Katie don't like W Spoon.
I've never been. I just don't eat seafood.
Well, they have other stuff other than seafood.
I don't know if I would like it though because it probably smells a lot like seafood in there.
I don't know if it smells like seafood in there.
I have a way more sensitive nose than you. We know this.
Well, we can go there tonight. You don't have a nose at all right now.
Hard pass. I cannot eat a buffet right now.
I don't have the money for a buffet right now. Anyway.
I don't have the stomach for a buffet right now.
I have the fancy, all the fancy tools to check it, but yeah, I get it. It's totally frustrating, Christy. Oh, I have to change the battery.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna get Denver out, groom him.
That's what I needed to do once we were done driving.
No problem.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember it smelling like seafood at
There
W
used to be a light outside.
Because, okay, so I went closer to when they opened, and it was awesome. It was a lot cheaper than it is now. They had
Well, if you give me 1 sec, I'll turn the barn
all
lights
you
on.
can eat
I'm walking there right
crab
now.
legs.
By the time I get them turned on, though, you'll have
Like,
it.
they don't have it anymore because they realized, like, oh yeah, we messed up. Like, actually, hold on, let me do this. Let me move this up here. Turn the gimbal off for a second.
Hi, Bubba's.
Okay, now we're all locked in.
Hi. Is it dinner good?
I really need to figure out a way to move this,
9.
like the screw for this battery pack. Yeah, it definitely is. Like even on Katie's truck, it took me a while to find it. Now granted, part of the reason is I didn't have a whole lot of time to work on it. But what it ended up being on Katie's truck, I was like, are you serious? I'll use this truck for an example. So water was leaking in, running down the A-pillar, down and up and underneath the dash, and underneath the dash was one of the main harness connectors, which is a big square block. The water was getting in there, and a little bit of dust was getting in there, and what it was causing was just enough static electricity to turn the ECU back on. So like when you shut a vehicle off, the car's never actually off when you turn the key off. It takes about five minutes for the main computers to turn off and about 30 minutes for the vehicle to completely go to sleep. Well, that little bit of moisture and dust and everything in her truck was causing just enough of a static charge that it was causing the computers to constantly wake up, and that's what was killing her battery. Like it took me forever to track it down to that connector. Casino used to have an amazing buffet. It was actually really good and fancy. Crab legs until $17. Now the same buffet is $60. Needless to say, we don't go anymore. Hello. Go to Rosa Maria's for tacos. They have a location on Bear Valley. I'm trying to think of where Rosa Maria's. Rosa Maria's. Where's that at? I don't even know what Katie's doing for dinner, though. Ow. Turn this back down. Ouch. Are you in here still?
Yeah. I have him in the cross ties. I still don't know who that lady is.
I don't know who she is either, but she said hi. Is he still sweaty?
It's just where it dried.
Oh. Does it say, dang, boy?
No, it's just... It's dry. It's just... dirty still in some spots. Huh. You got full glide, huh? Alright, that side's all brushed. So I like, and this is a super inexpensive brush. It's plastic and it's got like plastic bristles that are pretty fine, but it makes quick work of sweaty hair and like muddy hair and stuff.
Have you heard of Rosa Maria's Tacos?
Yes.
Or Rosa Maria's?
Yeah.
Theme Park seniors were saying go there to get tacos.
I don't know how late they're open. Oh, it don't feel so good. Oh yes, look like a giraffe Denver. So I had been blanketing him every night in a lightweight blanket because he's already got a pretty long coat for the winter, which I really didn't want him to get, but we didn't get him under lights quick enough in the barn. So he grew a winter coat.
Theme Park seniors says they close at 7.
I take it they really want us to go get tacos.
Oh, we wouldn't make it anyway. It's
time
already
is it?
6:20.
Oh yeah. We'll have to do another stream just to go. But I stopped blanketing him because even as lightweight as his blanket was, it rubbed a spot right here of his hair off. So it should grow back, but he's got such a thick coat as it is anyway. He doesn't really need to get blanketed. I wish I could still blanket him though, because it keeps them a lot cleaner. So when you go to ride them and exercise them. But what can you do? All right, buddy. Let me get your little sweater around your ears, on your head. I know, I'm sorry.
I just remembered I had a print going.
Oh. I still gotta clean his stall too. All right. Actually, let me pick his feet. Oof.
Let you what and what?
And then I'm going to grab Darlin and bring her in and groom her because she's a muddy mess. Let me see, buddy.
Oh, somebody's already been in the print room.
Your mom? Your mom?
Probably.
Should I get you a horse treat? Huh? Should we get you a cookie? Do you need cookies? Huh?
I was printing a new toilet paper holder.
That's random.
Well, the one in our bathroom broke. So I was printing a new one that has a tiny little shelf on it.
Okay.
And it's got a quick load feature on it. You just take the roll and you go up and then let it go and it locks in, and then when you need to take the empty roll out, you just grab it and pull up.
Huh. Actually, let me go get the cookie for him real quick.
Go get the what?
Cookie. Kawuki.
If you're shedding.
You can still hear people out there off-roading in the riverbed right now. All right, buddy, that's the last one in this bag. You're lucky I still have one more bag. So I got him these for Christmas. They smell so good. You smell them? They smell good.
I swear if they didn't look like... Oh, they look like manure droppings.
They do not. If your manure looks like that, you might want to see a vet. Oy. Oy, leave it to you. Hold on, I'm getting you the
It
crumbs.
smells bomb, though.
Hold on. Here's the crumbs. All right, I'm gonna break it into 2 pieces. They all love these though. These ones, let me see, does it say what's in them? Ground oats, rice syrup, molasses, dehydrated apples, whole oats, wheat middlings, canola oil, beet pulp shreds, and natural flavoring. Denver?
Oh, so that we can eat them.
You probably could, yeah. There's no more in this bag. I have a whole other bag. I actually almost bought 2 more packages today online. I almost did. It's empty. It's empty. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all on. There's a picture of an apple tree on there. No, it's all gone. My hand is empty. You can try all you want, but there's nothing there. How about your
I don't have any either.
You literally dove for Anthony's hand.
Yep, there's none there either, bud.
It's all gone.
Oh, come on, the pouty face, really?
He literally is. That's so funny. It's all gone. I'm sorry. It's all gone. I'm sorry. I know. I know. Life is so rough, huh? Life is so rough. Maybe if you're good, I'll open another bag. But you gotta go home first, okay? I know, it's all gone. Don't you want to go home and eat your dinner? There's nothing there, buddy. You can go home and eat your dinner. Huh? He's like determined he can make some more materialize. It's all gone. I promise, there's nothing there.
He's like, there's some flavor in there.
He can smell them because of the bag, I think. So I think he thinks there's more there. I know, it's empty. It's empty. All right, let's take you home. Let's take you home. Come on. There you go. No, Denver. You can't follow the bag. Go home. No, come on. Come on. Come on. I know. Come on. Let's go. Come on. All the way in. He's never not gone in. That's funny. Eat your hay. Eat your vegetables.
He's like, I don't want this.
Right? I'll get you more in a little bit. You gotta
He's like, how are you going to give me a tasty dropping and then not give me something, expect me to eat this hay?
He's totally pouting. It's so funny. He's like, Human, make yourself useful. Go get more treats.
I don't have them. The warden over there's got them. The warden over there's got them.
All right, do you want to stay here or do you want to go back with me to get Darlin?
Oh, I can just stay here if you want.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I don't know where she's got him hiding, Denver. You're out of luck, bud. You're out of luck, bud. I don't know where they're hiding. Yep. I don't know where they're hiding. I can't get one for you. Hello, Hope. Welcome in. Pedro's over there eating his hay. I tried. Your mom's got them hiding. I don't know where they're at. I can't even sneak you a treat.
Darling, come on.
I didn't even hold the treat. So what do you think you're tasting over there, Denver? Your stall doesn't look too bad. Journey. I don't know where they're at, Carmen.
I was lazy and it was dark. I didn't put her halter on yet. So those of you who may not have been watching earlier, this is Darlin. Her registered name's I'm a Rodeo Darlin. Oh, my hands are cold. And she is the oldest out of all the horses I have. She is, I think, 19 this year. And I've had her since she was 6, I think. Or just about to turn 6. She smells the treats on my hands. She was like, hold up a second. Do I need
I
to
wonder
get
if
more
the scent
treats?
must have been on the outside of the bag.
Well, the bag wasn't fully zippered shut. And he could still smell this smell on my hands. Because, I mean, look at, she can smell it totally. She's like, wait a minute, it smells like it, but there's nothing there. I'll get another bag.
You hear that? Your mom's getting another one. Another bag.
So these were a collab with, I think these are by Tribute. Yeah, these are by Tribute, which is a horse feed company. And they were a collaboration with a girl named Katie Van Slyke. She is a huge content creator on all platforms. Like, she just knows. She knows from, like, the sound of the bag. She's like, "Arp, can I help you?" Look at Denver's watching me. He's like, "Really, Mom?" He's not eating his dinner. He's literally just watching. There you go. Oh, yeah, so good. So good. I should have broken that in half. Okay, sir. You get one more, and that's all you get. You guys will go through this bag in no time flat otherwise. There you go, one more. You got it? See, now I've got all of them looking at me. Pedro's watching me.
Yeah, but Pedro's still eating his food, so.
He's like, what you got there? Here, you can have one more after I groom you. After I groom you. You're ridiculous, horse. You act like you're skin and bones. You're not. You are anything but, Miss Ma'am. I don't know if any of you, I think I posted it to my Instagram story, I think, where I was having her do stretches and stuff for the horse treats. So you can actually do a lot of therapeutic work and stuff with them. Like, one of the things they'll tell you to do is take something like, this isn't sharp, it's pointed, but it's not sharp, it's dull, and rub it. I'll show you. Or you could take like the tip of the lid of a Sharpie marker, and you, here, wait, come over here, on, so you can kind of see the side of her back right here. This is called their top line of a horse. So you'll do exercises to try and get them to lift it. So I'll do that, and it'll make her lift it up. And it's basically, you're just taking this and going back and forth under their belly. You're not pressing specifically hard, like I'll show you right here. You're just doing that, going back and forth. But it makes them lift that top line. So you do that. You're supposed to do that like every day, a few different times. And it helps build up the muscles all through here. So like when I was riding Denver earlier and I was telling you guys how I would use my reins in a certain way and my legs and my spurs in a certain way to get him to do that exact motion to where he's like lifting up and like carrying himself properly when he moves. So this is a good exercise to get them used to using that muscle. So there's also another one that you can do. I gotta walk her up for that one though because I gotta be behind her. Oh. So there's another one that you can do, and you would take it and you would do like that down their back, down their booty. So it, just like she did, it makes them tuck up that butt up under them and arch that back. What? What?
Mom over here trying to teach you how to twerk now? Or
Leave it to you.
She's got you over here arching your back.
So
throwing your butt out.
So I'm gonna do the same thing on this side. And it's the same idea. You literally, that time she kind of walked forward. But yeah, it makes them tuck it like that. Actually, the horse chiropractor is the one that was showing me all these different things to do. There's also some where you can actually kind of pull on their tail a little bit, but I can't do it while she's here. But you pull on it with not a lot of pressure, just enough. And it kind of makes them have some resistance. And if they're out of alignment anywhere, sometimes it'll make them almost like when we like crack our knuckles or crack our back or whatever, just moving around. A lot of times it'll make them pop back into place if they're out somewhere. So
You probably could eat those treats.
yeah, I think you could. But honestly, I don't think we would care for them as much. Because I think what we as humans are used to is something a lot sweeter than that. I think to us it probably tastes pretty bland. Oh, thank you, darling.
A horse named Bob Marley. I said, don't worry about a thing.
The other thing I can show you guys, if you want to come over here, Aunt, it's kind of hard to see.
'Cause every little
Maybe stand
thing
right here where I am.
is gonna be alright.
And you're going to have to squat down. So, she moved her leg out of the way. So horses have something called a chestnut. Oh. So they've, right here. And that's because back in like prehistoric times, this would have actually been another toe that would have been down by their feet. So horses originally had almost like two toes. So over time it evolved and slowly crept up their legs. So at one point they literally had like a toe or an extra hoof kind of hanging off the side of their leg. But as they've evolved, it's become what we call a chestnut. And you can actually like peel it and stuff. Just like they get their feet trimmed, you need to have their chestnuts trimmed. So usually it's something you can do yourself, especially these front ones. The ones on their back legs, a lot of times are a bit harder to trim. So if you cannot trim them, if you have a horse and you cannot trim them yourself, you can ask your horseshoer to do it. So, but usually they just flake off pretty easily. It's kind of gross, but if you have livestock, you get used to having to do a lot of gross things. So, snap, crackle, pop, standing up. I'm gonna get that brush.
It's not snap, crackle, pop. It's my knees.
Well, that's what I meant. You're snapping, crackling, and popping, trying to stand up. one of the other things for the type of riding that I do is they usually have...
Welcome in, D's.
Hey, D's. They usually have the horse's manes. I don't know why, but it's usually on the other side of their body. And usually it's cut very short, like right around here. And they have individual tiny little ponytails the whole way down. The longer manes are usually in other Western events. Mainly because it's distracting to the judges and it makes the horse look like it's got a lot more movement and it's not as like smooth and comfortable to ride when you're riding and the mane's flopping all over the place. So people typically will cut it pretty darn short. I've even seen where people shave the mane off completely. Especially if like the horse has rubbed a section of their mane out. So like say she had a section here where she rubbed it on the fence and completely rubbed it out. A lot of times people will then like shave the whole thing off just so it's nice and even. And thank you, Pigpen. But personally, especially on her, I never liked that look. So you guys should already know this about me, but I do what I want. And so I showed with a long mane. I had her mane like it is now, and I did the little ponytails in it. So she had little ponytails the whole way, and we still won like crazy. So it's kind of frowned upon to do it that way, but I tried her mane short one time. I cut it one time, and I absolutely hated the way it looked on her. So I let her grow it back out and did it my own way. And in fact, some of the other events that allow the longer manes, they actually have people that will come out and do fancy designs in it to where it almost looks like lace. So, like say I had this piece, this segment, which would actually be a lot smaller segment of hair, but say I had that rubber banded, and then say the next piece right here was rubber banded, so they'd be individually rubber banded, then you would take the two separate pieces and rubber band it here so there'd be like a little space, and then you do the same thing all the way down, and then same thing with the next row, so it would be like almost to here down, or sorry, from here up, in like this weird like patchy design. It looked so freaking cool. But you need a horse with a fairly long mane to be able to do that and have it look nice. Her mane was longer than it is right now when I did it. But I did that one time when we showed in Arizona.
Hope says, did you guys hear that Panda Mai is coming to Disneyland California Adventure for Lunar New Year?
I did see that.
Jen says, how many horses do you have? 3.
I have 3, yeah. At one point I had 12. That was many years ago. And it was just way too much to try and, whoops, keep up with. At that point I was not going to Disneyland. I don't think at all at that point. I had no time for anything other than the horses, honestly.
I'm not sure how to say your name, but it's for the flies. So the flies don't get in her eyes. And
yeah, it's called a fly mask.
But they can see through it.
Yeah. It's the same type of material that a window screen is made out of. So like on your home windows, if they have a screen on them besides the glass, it's the same material. It's just got a little bit thicker coating, so it's not as scratchy on them.
Welcome in, Mel.
Hey, Mel.
Katie's back there, I swear she is.
My ponies got back, so couldn't see me. All right, now do you want your other treat? Should we make you
Mel
work
says
for
it's not Mel, it's his twin.
Arturo Maye.
Hello from my wife, husbands, Maya, Angela, John Salazar, Fernando Lopez, David, Guajardo, Anthony Isbay from New York, New Connecticut on It's Fine Tuesday.
All right, I'm actually gonna take her so she's basically loose. And I'm gonna take her off the concrete so she doesn't slip.
So she can what?
So she doesn't slip. Oh. And I'm gonna see if I can get her to bow for you guys.
Al says, can I play with her mane?
Absolutely. I think you'd have more fun with Denver's though. His is a little bit longer. Miss Man, over here. Hello. How low can you go? Good girl. Good girl.
Was that her bow?
It's getting there. I don't work with her on it very often, so she doesn't bow as much as she used to. Plus, she's getting older. But so are we all. Oh, Miss Ma'am. Over here. Nope. Come here. No, it's over here. Darling. Squirrel. Hey, come here. I usually do this with carrots and not near the hay. She's distracted. Let me see. Let's walk away from the hay.
Chris says we had to do pregnancy checks on about 20 horses today.
Yay!
Hey,
I
Danny.
didn't know you worked with large animals too, Chris. All right, come on then.
Mel says, Anthony,
This way.
you can read the teleprompter?
Come here. Pull. Come on.
Fly high sounds. Do horses fart? Indeed.
They do. She was farting on me when I was back there picking her feet. I don't think she's going to do more than that right now because I don't have a carrot. All right, good enough. Good enough. All right.
Chai says, about what age do horses retire from shows?
It's up to, honestly, the owner and how the horse is doing physically, like how their condition is. If the horse is enjoying it. Some horses love showing and having a job. Some horses absolutely hate it and will never be good show horses. Some horses like live for it and get depressed when they stop showing and their health declines. It honestly just depends on the animal itself. Some have soundness issues, I can't talk, to where physically their body just can't manage and handle it as well anymore. The heck was that? Oh, he's messing with the clip. Of course you would find that.
Chris says, we work on all the animals.
I thought you were just at a small veterinary animal practice,
Lots
Chris.
of
I didn't realize you
horses,
had
pigs, goats, and cows.
large animals as well. I thought it was like house pets.
Mel says, Anthony, please get ordained so you can marry me.
The horses can be the ring bearer, Mel.
Chris says, I'm ordained. I have my, I don't know how to pronounce that word because it's out of my vocabulary, clergy.
Clergy.
So look, sounds like Chris needs to come out here on vacation so she can ordain and marry Mel.
Let me see. Let's show them your teeth. So you can see her teeth right there. I should have shown you Denver's earlier too. I kind of did at the beginning of the stream. So those are just her teeth in the front. Horses' teeth continue to grow almost their entire lives. Once they get in their 20s, it kind of slows down. And eventually it does stop, but they grow most of their life and just kind of continue growing. So when you own a horse, or if you're responsible for the care for one, you do at least once a year typically need to get their teeth floated, which is almost like filed down with a metal file, or taken in and have them professionally like almost sawed off with a mini electrical saw. They're sedated for that, obviously, and they end up in a special contraption that keeps their mouth open so they can't shut it on you. But it's for health practices. And the other thing is, all from like here back to about here, they have teeth. They have molars. So those are like their incisors, like we have in the front of our mouth. And back here, they have molars. And the way that horses eat is they kind of do that side to side motion to grind down the hay. And as they're doing that, a lot of times what'll happen, especially back in here on these molars, is they'll get what's called hooks. So they'll literally get like sharp points along the edge of their teeth. And oftentimes it'll get to the point where they're actually causing mini ulcers inside their mouth, cutting up the inside of their mouth. Imagine like how, if you've ever bitten this inside of your cheek, it's the same kind of thing, but they do it almost every time they chew. So you can imagine how painful that can be. So get their teeth done about once a year, which they're going to be due coming up in the next month or two. And they'll come out, and depending on how severe it is, they'll decide if they can just use a file or if they need to actually use a drill thing. But yeah, and they'll saw them down, file them down, and then it'll be nice and smooth. So the more you know. Bloop. And they do get baby teeth in the front, just like we do. I actually have some of my old horse's baby teeth from when they were little and grew up. I never found one of Whiskey's. I got her at a year old. I never found one of her baby teeth. But Chloe, I got like almost all of hers. So I think I might have one of Denver's. But I think he'd already lost most of his when I got him. Well, and I have the one that he ripped out. Ding dong horse. All right, she can go home. And then I just have to make buckets and do his stall. So I don't know if you want to walk back or if you want to stay in here. It's up to you. No, you're not getting more treats, Miss Ma'am.
I'm staying here.
Okay.
Did you eat your food? Huh? Did you eat your food? We don't have any more treats. Nope, you gotta eat your hay. I see a lot of hay in there, bud. So the horse that just went out, that was Darlin, and then this one right here is John Denver. You got a smile? In case I fall asleep on the hay. It is so cold. Like right now, it's already getting pretty cold. Let's see what's the temperature right now. It says it's 56 right now. I think the low tonight was 30 something. That'll be pretty cold out here with no blanket, like to be outside. I think we're doing one of those nights, Hope. And then Pedro's eating. Right, Chris? It's so quiet. Indeed. Like, there's Danvers there, but that's kind of what it looks like. See, he's already blanketed.
Moki, I saw your comment. Usually yes, but I think tonight I'm going to leave their blankets off because it's actually been getting pretty warm here during the day. And I don't live close enough that I can come twice a day. I mean, I could, but I live about 30 minutes away, so it's an hour back and forth. So unless it's like staying cold during the day, I don't usually blanket them. They've all got winter coats. They all grew winter coats, so they don't really need a blanket. But I have been blanketing them. You can see the blankets all wadded up right here on his door. And the girls had them every day until today was the first day I took them off. And I'm gonna leave them off, so. Why'd you make things difficult? I wanted to be on the other side of you to do that. Now your chain's on the wrong side. Don't you take it off, huh? You don't really need it right now anyway. All right, sir. You get to come back out. Pedro. He's already looking for more treats. I have nothing. I have nothing.
He said, "How dare you?"
He says, "I'm up and running." Rawr, 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 rawr. Can you smile? Can you smile? And say, cheese, cheese, cheese. You're gonna show them your teeth? See how his teeth aren't quite as long as Darlin's? They're a little shorter. So, and the one he actually ripped out, stop. Stop. Is that one right there on the edge? That's the one that he ripped out as a baby. The whole tooth, the root, everything. But the vet came out and looked at it and he's like, "You lucked out." He's like, "That's actually a baby tooth." And he's like, "It doesn't look like the baby tooth underneath it is affected." So it grew in, huh? Rawr. All right, I gotta make their buckets and clean his stall.
And clean the stall.
If you want, you can come show them what goes into the buckets if you want. It's not very exciting, but it's a dirty, dusty mess in here. You can clean it, but because there's no roof on it, technically this is a stall. So it's a dirt floor. There's no roof directly over the stall, so anytime the wind blows, it just gets coated in dust in here. So I make their supplements every day. And I will either make their supplements with pellets, which I feed them Bermuda alfalfa blend pellets. So I'll either give them that, or I will give them some loose bran. So if you want to show them, this is what the loose bran looks like. It's red flake wheat bran.
It looks like sawdust.
It's kind of the same consistency. But it's like what bran muffins are made out of. And when you get it wet, which you have to get it wet, if you feed it to a horse, it has to be wet. It helps get moisture in their belly and their intestine. And it, just like eating a bran muffin for a human, it helps kind of move things along so that it can get digested easier. So I will oftentimes, when it's cold weather or when the weather is drastically changing from hot to cold, I will feed them some soaked bran with some electrolytes. So A, it gets them to drink water because of the electrolytes, and B, it gets moisture in their gut to begin with and gets food and stuff moving, because when it's cold or when the weather drastically changes from hot to cold, they're less inclined to drink a lot of water or enough water. So that's oftentimes what's going to cause dehydration colic or impaction colic. Impaction is basically their food gets almost like into a hard ball in their belly, and it can't get passed along in their intestines to get removed. So if you're able to catch it before it turns into a colic, just get that moisture in there. The moisture usually will soften it and kind of help break it up so they can digest it easier. So
Chris says, just wanted to say thank you before I forget. It's been fun just hanging out.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Anthony, will you be going to Lunar New Year at Disneyland? More than likely. Gladys says Sonny is a herding dog. He can... Huh?
He is, yeah. He's a corgi.
Oh, now I lost the chat. Oh, there we go. Let gas and chase them around. But Sonny can roll over like a loaf. Chai says, these hangout live streams are very relaxing. Chris says, I just enjoy the company. It's lonely and quiet here in Missouri. Hope says, if you are, will you be seeing that procession for Lunar New Year?
Most likely, yeah. If we can get there early enough.
Chai says, so that's bran muffins are for horses. I knew it wasn't for people. Tapu says, so it's like horse equivalent of Metamucil.
Kind of. All right, so this is, it's called LMF Super Supplement, and it's got a lot of different things in it, a lot of different vitamins and minerals and things. So this one is for Denver.
Looks like rabbit food.
And the reason that some get different things than others is different nutritional needs based on interactions with different vets over the years. So, all right. This one is a supplement called Platinum. They actually make this for horses and for doggos. Different versions, though. And then there's different versions of it for the horses. I don't think they have a human one. Anyway, this one's Denver's also.
I thought you did the cooking stream yesterday.
I did.
It's a lot of ingredients.
What? Huh?
Never mind.
I'm confused.
The chat got it.
Okay. All right. And all of this is kept in aluminum trash cans because of rodents. So when you have horses and other livestock, rodents love to kind of get into the supplements and things. So I have to keep it all inside of aluminum trash cans so they don't have access to it. All right, so this one is a powder supplement for Darlin. It's called Remission. And this is because when I bought her, she had something called laminitis. which is not a very good thing for horses to have, especially as young as she had it. They can get it from several different ways. I think personally because they tried to show her in an event called Halter as a baby. So I think they tried to put weight on her too quickly when she was young. And I think it foundered her. So laminitis is basically inside their hoof, there's a bone. And there's these fibers that attach to the actual outer wall of the hoof, to the bone. And if they have something called founder, which is what causes laminitis, it causes those little fibers to loosen or detach. So instead of the bone inside their hoof being like that, it starts to tilt downward. And the inside bone is similarly shaped to the outside of the hoof. So it comes to a point in the front. So you can imagine it's almost like this, right? So it's like almost like a weird triangular shape. And it'll start to tilt down. Over time, it can actually protrude through the bottom of the hoof if they found her bad enough. So you want to do everything in your power to keep that from happening. So that supplement I just gave her helps strengthen all of that in there, so that hopefully she won't have that issue. Oftentimes they'll founder more than once, and that will cause that to happen. But there's a lot of different things that can cause a horse to founder. So this one is vitamin E and selenium. It's really good to boost immunity. So I like to give that to them, and they all get this one. Lately, the last few months, there's been a lot of really bad viruses and things going around in the horse world across the US. And so I'd like to boost my horse's immune system in any way possible.
Chris said, Katie, have you ever had to deal with choked horse?
Not one of mine, but I've had one of my friends' horses have choke. Choke is scary in a horse. So when a horse chokes, it's usually not on hay. It's usually on like pellets, or they have something called cubes, which are basically the same thing as a pellet, but in a much larger cube, like imagine a big ice cube. And they can be up to like that long. So oftentimes either a horse eats too quickly or doesn't chew well enough, either because they don't have enough teeth or whatever. And so the food will become lodged in their throat. Usually it's on like the left-hand side of the throat. And you can oftentimes see it. You'll see like a big bump in their throat. They'll start foaming at the nose and the mouth. Oftentimes it's like a greenish yellow color because it's some of the food debris. And you'll sometimes hear like a gurgling noise. And even if you get the choke resolved, so like you can sometimes massage their neck and get that piece of food dislodged, a lot of times after the fact, the biggest issue is they'll end up with secondary pneumonia from it, like aspiration from their airway and whatnot. So if you have a horse that does choke, even if you think you've resolved it, it's good to have a vet out just in case, to kind of keep an eye on it in case of that possibility of pneumonia. So luckily, thank goodness, I have not personally so far had to deal with that. I always soak everything I feed. So these pellets, I soak them. The bran, I soak. And I do that so that it adds moisture, for one thing, to their belly for digestion and dehydration purposes. But also it helps soften the food so it's less likely to get stuck in their throat.
Danny says, good night, best wishes, enjoyed the stream. Good night, Danny.
All right, this one's for Whiskey. This is another hoof supplement that she gets. It's got a lot of biotin and other things in there that are really good for hoof growth and strength, and also it helps their coat. So
let's see if I can find it really quick, Hope.
And that's MSM for joints.
This 20-minute procession travels from Hollywood Land to Paradise Gardens. Mulan's Lunar New Year procession fills the streets with music, exquisite costumes, and traditional dances by Asian performers. The chat skipped, so I hope that was the last word.
All right. So then, like I said, I go and soak these, so I'll add some water to them. And as they absorb the water, they'll swell. Oftentimes with like senior horses, they'll end up with little to no teeth, and so a lot of the time you have to feed them pellets as their main source of forage. So a lot of times it's the senior horses that'll choke. Not always, but a lot of the time. Because A, they don't have a lot of teeth to chew with, and B, they're getting pellets for a lot of their diet.
Chris says, it's definitely a scary thing working on a choked horse. I love our Dr. Baker. He's old school cool.
I honestly, personally love the old school vets. They know a lot of like the old tricks and things that a lot of like
you hear your dinner?
Modern day veterinarians won't even be willing to try. And I love thinking out of the box sometimes, because horses have been around for longer than humans in some form, and this needs to come out. Caring for them has been something that we've been doing for as long as we've been handling them. So a lot of times, like those old vets and old cowboys and stuff know a lot of tips and tricks that you would think wouldn't work, but they actually work super well.
Chris says, I've seen some miracles at my work, also seen some tragedies. Always interesting at the vet. Emily says, how much does it take to care for a horse?
How much money? Or what exactly? I think if you're talking money, it would depend on the horse and where you live. So some horses have more needs than others, medically and stuff.
Yes.
Like a lot of performance horses that are competed on, whether it's horse shows or rodeos or whatever, oftentimes they end up needing injections, which are basically imitation joint fluid that's injected into their joints, because horses, like humans, will oftentimes develop arthritis, and performance horses tend to typically develop it earlier than like a backyard horse. So if it's a horse that needs injections, it can get quite costly. Some horses need injections every 6 months. Some can get by for like a year without them. Some don't need them at all. And injections are very expensive. You're talking like thousands of dollars.
Good night, Carmen.
Good night, Carmen. If you're lucky enough to get one that does not need injections, it's going to depend on what part of the country you live in. If you have horse property in your backyard, if you have to board them somewhere. And the reason I say like also where you live, because like where we live in California, right? Even just in Southern California alone, the cost can fluctuate greatly. So if I lived, say, down in like LA or Orange County, just to keep one horse at a stable somewhere, I would easily be looking at anywhere from like $500 to $750 a month just to have them there and be fed hay and watered and their stall cleaned. That's it. No training, no other stuff. Up here, depending on if it's someone's backyard, if it's an actual stable, whatever, the average I would say probably is about $350 a month. But up here, something that you'll find, which you usually do not find down in other areas like LA and Orange County, some places offer what's called self-care. So you are partially responsible for taking care of your own horse. And by that I mean the care that the stable would typically provide. So if you guys notice, I'm cleaning my own stall, and I clean all of my own stalls. That's because they're on self-care. So I get a deduction in the cost of keeping them here because I clean my own stalls. And for Whiskey, I provide my own hay because she has special dietary needs and she can't eat the hay that they provide here. So they provide Bermuda hay, Bermuda grass, and alfalfa here. She can't have those. So I have to buy her orchard grass and have that brought here for them to feed. So, and I'm also responsible for dumping and scrubbing Denver's water trough. I had been doing the girls' troughs prior, and they were doing Denver's. But there's another guy cleaning stalls here now and stuff, and he's nervous of being in a tiny stall like this to do it, so he asked if he could swap, and I said sure. So that's why I say it depends. And then on top of that, you have veterinary care. So no matter what, every year, vaccinations and their teeth, no matter what. If you have no other veterinary needs, guaranteed you're going to have that. So there are some vaccines that you can do yourself if you have the knowledge and stomach for it, but know that doing it yourself, that if something goes wrong, that the manufacturer of the oh my gosh, the shots, I can't think of the name, Dory brain. The manufacturer will not cover any issues if you are self-administering the vaccine because they can't guarantee that it was stored properly. They don't know what you do with it to store it. So if you want to be covered in case something goes wrong, it has to be administered by a veterinarian. And then, like I said, the teeth have to be done every year at least. Some horses need it more than once a year, some less. In addition to that, the farrier, which is your horseshoer, they need that typically every 6 to 8 weeks. Some people try and stretch it out to like 10 or 12 weeks. I don't recommend that, but some horses' feet grow exceptionally slow, so you might be able to get away with it. Mine get it done every 6 weeks. Their feet grow pretty quickly, I think partially because of all the supplements I give them. And that's also going to vary greatly depending on your location and what kind of farrier work they need. Some horses just need a trim, which is like the equivalent of trimming your fingernails. Some horses have to have shoes on due to like various medical conditions or whatever. Like Denver has to have shoes on the back, on his back feet because of that suspensory injury he had previously. So it just gives him that little bit of extra support. So he has to have that. My other horses don't have any shoes in the back. And also depends on the style of riding you're doing. Like my friend that was out there riding earlier, she does reining. So she needs special shoes called sliders, which are a little bit wider and a lot smoother surface than a normal horseshoe. And that's so that when she's doing certain maneuvers, because in reining they do a slide stop where the horse will be running like full out and they ask him to stop and the horse literally like sits down with their butt and they slide in a straight line across the arena. So in order to do that and the horse not to get injuries, they have to have those special shoes. So, and it'll depend, like I said, where you live, because like I said, if I were down in like LA County or Orange County, I don't even want to think how much I'd be paying for a horseshoer. Up here, it's more affordable, but it also depends on who the shoer is. I'm lucky I've known my horseshoer for, well, he's worked on my horses since I got Darlin, so I've known him for 13 years. So he's reasonably priced, but it could cost you upwards of $500 a horse in some areas to get their feet done. So it literally depends on the horse and where you live. So, and that's just basic care. Now you add in supplements, you add in equipment, saddles, bridles, all that stuff. It adds up. It adds up quickly. There's a saying, the cheapest part of owning a horse is buying the horse. And it's very true.
Crystal says, Katie, do you buy all that nutritional food for yourself, or does everyone collectively buy it that keeps horses there so it's available for all of them?
So you buy your own individual ones, depending on your horse's needs. So because everyone's horse's needs are going to be different, everyone buys their own. So I have a lot of mine on from either Amazon or Chewy. So it just comes automatically in the mail. But there are local feed stores I can go get it from. The one called Platinum, that one I can actually get from the vet's office up here. The only thing that they provide here is the hay. So like, here's some Bermuda grass hay. This is what Denver eats. So, and this also depends on the horse too. So like Denver only gets Bermuda grass. I give him other supplements. That's why he gets so many different ones that will cover his other nutritional needs, since he's not getting alfalfa in his forage like that. He does get some alfalfa in his pellets. And same with like Whiskey. She doesn't get any alfalfa. She also doesn't get Bermuda grass. She only gets the orchard grass. So she gets different supplements because of that. Darlin gets Bermuda grass in the morning, I think, and alfalfa at night, I think, or vice versa. So it just depends on the horse. Some horses get straight alfalfa. I don't recommend doing only alfalfa, but to each their own. That's for something for you to decide with your veterinarian.
Emily says, how long do horses usually live?
Ooh. It depends. Typically 20s to 30s. If you're going off human years, so it'd be like 20 to 30 years, somewhere in that range. There are some that have made it to like 40 and 41, not many. And then it also kind of depends on the breed. Like many horses, usually, if I remember correctly, have a little bit longer lifespan than a full-size horse. But it depends on the horse and their lifestyle and their care.
Eve says, you do all that and still do, dang it jumped again. You do all that and still do Disney. Katie,
Yeah,
you're so amazing.
That's why I usually don't get to Disney until the afternoon, because I come in the mornings and I clean their stalls and give them their supplements and stuff. And then I go home and shower, because I don't want to smell like horses when I'm at Disney, even though I probably would smell better than half the people that have been at Disney all day. But I still go home and shower and change clothes and whatnot.
Emily says, do you have to do this? Do you have to do all this every day?
Yes. I mean, the world's not going to end if their stall doesn't get clean one day, or if they don't get their supplements one day. It's not the be-all, end-all, because there's still someone here that waters them and gives them their hay morning and night. So they're getting their normal meal every day, whether I'm here or not. They're getting watered every day, whether I'm here every day or not. But I try and be here every day if at all possible. There have been times where I've been like super sick and I've missed like a day, but then I'm for sure here the next day. So, and I have one family member that occasionally will come and help me out. But beyond that, I don't really trust anyone to know how to do things the proper way and that I can rely on, you know. So, because it's a lot of work. Most people aren't going to be jumping at the chance to do something like this. Like poor Lynn, bless her heart, she came and helped me the one day a couple months ago. And she said she loved it, but she was like, man, she's like, that's more of a workout than I thought. And it does, it kicks your booty. Especially when it's freshly rained and stuff, because everything's just soaked and so much heavier, and the dirt's harder to rake and all of it.
Crystal said, did you still do all this when you were really sick a couple months ago, or did you have people help you out?
No, I was here. I was here every day. And I think that's probably part of why it takes me a lot longer to get better, because I am out doing this. And I'm out doing this no matter what the weather is. If it's 114 degrees in the summer, I'm here. If it's 30 or 40 degrees in the winter, I'm here. So it could be blowing 50, 60 miles per hour wind, and I'm still here. If it's raining, snowing, whatever, I'm still here.
Chat, I'm your guys' witness that you guys did tell her to do this earlier when the sun was still up and not when it was 40 some odd degrees right now.
I'm not cold. I'm actually fine. I have a jacket in the truck if I need it.
What's up, Randy?
Randy! Happy New Year, Randy. And then the other thing is, if you have a horse in a barn stall like this one, to where they're not outside, typically you put shavings in here like I have. And at this location, that's not included in the cost of your board. So I'm responsible for buying these as well to put in here. So some places provide those, some don't. So like a lot of the places down in LA and Orange County, they provide them, which is part of why it's more expensive down there. But up here, most people don't keep their horses, excuse me, in the barn. They keep them outside. So it just doesn't make sense for them to stock the shavings here. And the other thing is, at this specific location, there's not even an option to have them clean your stall if you're in the barn.
Yes, Happy New Year, Randy.
So if I want my horse in the barn, I have to clean the stall, or I have to find someone else that I can pay to come and clean his stall. Because this specific facility does not offer that as an option. They're like, it's just too time consuming to pay someone to do. Which you guys can tell, it takes so much longer for me to clean his stall than for me to clean the girls' stalls outside. Because you got to sift through all the shavings. So
It's like working in a giant cat litter box.
So sorry, I know this is probably not the most.
No, I'm not
entertaining.
freezing. I have to work out in this weather. And then I have to pick up cold tools and touch cold cars.
I don't really think it's that cold right now. Maybe it's because I'm doing this. I don't know.
My point to it is, you were saying this is why I'm usually sick, because I'm out here freezing. Well, a lot of the times it's
No, I
because
didn't
you
mean
choose
that.
to be out here freezing.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean, like, I don't get a chance to, like, really rest completely. It's like I have to be out doing this, whether it's hot, cold, whatever, windy, whatever. The other thing is, I think in the summer or, like, the warmer months, I think I have a lot of sinus issues because of this specific stall, having to clean it, because we get like the dry heat here, and what happens is the shavings, a lot of the sawdust in them gets dried out and kicked up. And I buy the premium shavings that are supposed to be like pre-screened and a lot of that stuff sifted out of it, but it doesn't matter. So in the summer months, I will come and clean his stall, and when I'm done, I will be coated from head to toe in super fine particles of wood and dust and stuff. So, and I can only imagine if I'm kicking that up to clean it, I can only imagine what I'm actually inhaling. So I do think that plays a big factor of my sinus and allergy issues in the summer. Not so much in the winter though, in like the cooler months, but definitely the summer. I'm surprised he's being so good, just chilling there. He's not pawing or anything. Oh, and for those of you that did catch the soup making stream last night, Anthony did try it last night, so I'll let him tell you what he thought of it. But I did bring some over to him last night.
Oh, that's really good and really hearty. I ate pretty much half of what she gave me was probably enough for 4 regular adults, and I ate half of it. Not because I was full, but because I saved some of it for breakfast this morning.
So usually, not always, but usually if I do a cooking stream and there's like way too much food, I'll text him and be like, "Are you hungry? Did you eat dinner yet?" So most of the time he's had some of it. And if not, like if it's like the breads or whatever, he's had that usually the next day while I'm getting ready to stream, or to head down to Disney, I should say. So, all right, I think we're pretty much done. Yay. All right, you ready to go home, Bubba's? The sigh. So I'll show you guys. It looks really, really gross. But that's after it's been soaked.
It looks like bran.
There's no bran in this one. That's what's
Or it
funny.
looks like Metamucil.
Metamucil.
Like when you don't add enough water to it.
I know.
He said, hurry up.
Are you hungry? Huh? Hold on, pushy. Come on. It's like Pavlov's dog. Start walking to the stall and he starts licking his lips.
Just wanted to said, there went my oatmeal cereal.
He's like, suddenly I'm not hungry anymore.
Randy says, how cool, a Pepsi vending machine. Old school Pepsi. I don't think it works though.
What?
The Pepsi machine.
No, it doesn't. That thing hasn't worked in years.
Emily says, looks like puke from last week.
Looks what?
Looks like puke from last week.
Oh.
Oh, you guys don't even know. Imagine what it smells like.
Doesn't smell bad. I don't think it smells bad. I don't think it really has much of a smell at all, honestly.
It smells like grape nuts.
Grape nuts. You're so weird. All right.
I'm smell blind. What do you know? Color blind and smell blind.
Oh, they did. I said it, they bring Jack and Rosie in here. They did. So the winter months, Denver gets a couple other neighbors. So this is Rosie. Anthony's not showing. There you go. That's Rosie. She's another reining horse. And this is Jack. He's the old man. He's a Western pleasure horse.
He's an old man.
He's an old man.
He looks like a grumpy old man right now too.
They come in the winter months at night because they were used to being in the barn at night when they were showing. So the owners have just kind of kept up with it. So the reason that Denver has to be in there all the time is because of what I was telling you guys earlier in the stream. When he was probably like 4 or 5, I had him down in Norco with my friend who was doing some training with him. And like I mentioned, he is an escape artist. In fact, I think that's how he ripped out his tooth when he was a baby. I think he was trying to escape. He's very smart. He watches and he observes and learns. And I think he watched me and other people and learned how we open the stall door. And I think he tried to do it himself with his mouth and caught his tooth on the metal and lost it that way.
Man, that side by side's really out there tearing it up right now.
Oh, that's like every day. But at the time, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. So fast forward a couple of years, and he's over at my friend's, and he let himself out of his stall 3 different times, and each time they enhanced the security on it, or so we thought, but he still outsmarted it every time and managed to get loose. So on his 3rd attempt of freedom, he got loose, and somehow in the process, here's Whiskey if you guys missed her earlier. In the process, he managed to impale himself basically on something. And here, you can stay here, I'm just gonna rinse these out. So after that, and all of those attempts at keeping him secure, I just decided I'm not going to keep chancing it. So for the rest of his life, as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be in a stall that he cannot physically try and open. So if he were in the stalls that I have the girls in right now, he 110% could let himself out. He would figure it out. So I would love to have him outside in a stall like this. But unfortunately, there's not a setup around here that I feel I could safely put him in that he wouldn't be able to break free from. So hopefully one day I can have my own horse property and set it up the way I want. But until then, we gotta work with what we got. There's so many stars visible tonight, it's crazy. Will it show up on the camera or no?
I'll check in a second. Okay, slide that way.
No?
Some of the brighter ones, like that one.
There's way more visible to us than are gonna come up for you guys. And a lot of planes out tonight. Holy guacamole, there's a lot of planes out. That's the one thing, besides the beautiful sunsets that we are blessed with in the high desert, is you can still see the stars pretty easily at night. Not as good as you used to be able to, like maybe 20 years ago, but...
Yes, that's an extremely big pile of shit. It's taller than me.
Definitely better than if you were down in like LA, Orange County area. Now if you drive up to like Big Bear or Wrightwood or like out to Joshua Tree, it would be even better, but it's still pretty darn good. All right, make good choices, girls. I'll see you tomorrow.
Chris said, ever had wildlife encounters out there?
I'm sorry?
Chris said, ever had wildlife encounters out here at night?
I've heard. I haven't personally seen so much. Like I hear coyotes yipping all the time. I was talking about it earlier in the stream.
I thought you guys came out here and there was a bobcat once.
That's what I was saying, yeah. Years ago, it was a mountain lion. Years ago, I boarded at a stable down the road, and at the back of the property that takes you out to the riverbed right here, there was a tree, and there was one up in the tree. So they had to have animal control come out and tranquilize it and get it out of here. But honestly, more so the wildlife when I was out in Summit Valley, because it was a lot more rural out there. So out there, there'd be deer.
Do it, lady.
There'd be skunk, wolves, or not wolves, coyotes. There'd be possibly bears. But then again, the first few days of New Year's, there were bears literally on the streets behind, next to, and in front of my house. So there was a bear that came down from the storms, we think, and it was in town for several days.
Telling you that bear surfed its way down.
Probably. I was just shocked it wasn't hibernating. Or maybe it was, and rain and mud flow washed away its like little den. I don't know.
No, this is Patrick. Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Emily, it's not somebody on a dirt bike. It's like basically an off-road car. So I'm sure they've got quite a bit of gas to burn.
Yeah. And they usually have good lights and whatnot. But anyway, yay. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you missed it, if you rewind back, I did ride Denver earlier in the stream. It's a very long stream. I don't even know how long it's been.
5 hours.
Oh my Lanta. Anywho, I appreciate you all being here. Thank you, mods. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ant-Man, for being here and putting up with all the horse stuff and doing the awesome camera work as always. And thank you to all of you. I don't know what's going to happen Thursday, guys. I'm just going to play it by ear. I kind of doubt I'm going to be in the park, but I don't know. We have reservations still. So, I don't know. We'll let you guys know. If not, maybe a cooking stream or who knows. But have a wonderful week, guys. Thank you, and I will see you later. Bye.
Okay. This phone, oh, there it is.